Tens were the last time this Fed met. 185, 57 on twos at the moment. Tens have gone out to 217.
As yields have risen, we've also seen a steeper curve. And critically, John, the 10-year real yield, look for that Property Friday on Bloomberg Television, has moved from a negative 1.00 to a negative 0.69. That's a less negative statistic. That's the single best news for Chairman Powell.
Let's start with the curve, though. More recently, Tom, yes, we've seen a little bit of steepness. But since they met, Tom, last time around, we've gone from 70, Lisa, to about 30. So if you compare the January meeting to the March meeting, the curve's flatter, equities are lower, and spreads are wider by almost 100 basis points on high yield.
Yeah, honestly, how much has the market already repriced? Do they see this as a reason to go ahead with what the market's pricing in, or for caution? I'm curious to hear what they say about the balance sheet, because we seem to have written that off as sort of something down the line. How much do they bring that forward?
I want to hear from Greg Peters at PGIM, don't you?
Yes, of course.
We're going to hear from him in just a couple of minutes' time. That's the cross-asset price action. Let's get you some single names and say good morning to Romain. Good morning, Romain.
Hey, good morning, John. When you look at the pre-market action here in the U.S., the top 10 volume movers, they're all Chinese ADRs, and all 10 of them are up 20% or more. NEO, DD Global up 38% right now. Alibaba shares up about 19%. Remember, just yesterday we were talking about one of the biggest drawdowns in Chinese tech stocks that we have seen going back to 2008, and at least for today, this one day, we're talking about the biggest gains that we've seen going back to the 2008. You talk about, of course, the intervention, or at least the signal of intervention by Chinese authorities. That's given a boost to sentiment for some of those names. It's also spilling over here into the U.S. markets as well. Apple shares, which remember started off the week falling below that 200-day moving average, now setting up for a second straight day of gains, up 2% here in the pre-market. But of course, a lot's going to depend on what we hear at 2 p.m. today. Remember, a lot of these tech stocks are very rate sensitive here, including the chip makers. Micron, AMD, and a lot of the chip stocks are getting a little bit of a boost here as you get some dip buying and you get some interesting sell-side notes, including over at Bernstein, some upgrades for some of those names, including Micron. The idea here that some of the demand destruction that was being priced into this market just a couple of days ago, that's overblown, and some of the supply chain disruptions are still easing. The idea here is that if we get a Fed that does what they've telegraphed and nothing more, that could be a net positive for some of these names. AMD up 2.5%, Micron up 5% here in the pre-market. And one lingering down stock here on the day is Norton-LifeLock. Those shares down about 9% here in the pre-market. Remember, that company had made a deal back in August to buy the cybersecurity company Avast over in the UK. Well, the Competition Commission over there in the UK now raising some concerns about this deal, some concerns right now that this deal could be blocked, Tom.
Romain, thank you so much. To close, after the Fed press conference, always an important close with Romain Bostic this afternoon. The VIX from 35 comes in 32, and now the even better statistic of 28.56 and a full stick on the VIX this morning. This is well timed on this day of a Federal Reserve meeting to speak to someone whose mantle, I should say, at home is weighted down by the trophies of not losing money in the bond market. Gregory Peters joins us, Co-Chief Investment Officer, PGIM Fixed Income. Greg, I want to go to one single statistic in your research report, which is a modeled growth 2 years out of 2.4%. What does yield do, and this consensus of higher yield do, if we get a PGIM economic growth of 2.4% in 2023?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. What I think the real narrative is how growth is being altered, right? So if you think about where the forecasts were just a mere several months ago and where they're today and where they're likely to evolve, I think we're in an environment where growth is, being cut in the future, right? So the combination of tighter monetary policy, obviously the geopolitical piece, is slowing down growth, and I think bond market will follow that, and so for sure. This has been an inflationary, shock, additional shock to the system that has, I think, created more room for rates to move higher. But as we move down the path here, a more aggressive Fed that will, all else equal, hurt growth in its effort to contain inflation. And so I think growth is, being impinged here.
Can we talk about what an aggressive Fed actually looks like? Are we actually going to have positive real rates from this Federal Reserve anytime soon. I mean, the reason I ask this is because Deutsche Bank put out this questions for the Fed chair. And the first one is, given your projections leave real rates negative for a protracted time, will policy rates place enough pressure on inflation to guide it back to target? Greg, how do you think about that dynamic? We'll get the forecast today, growth down, inflation up, then the dot plot. Is the dot plot actually going to look restrictive based on where the forecast will be?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, they've always been disconnected, right? So it's always been hard to, I think, read too much into those dot plots. But I think the narrative, once again, is the Fed will have to continue to hike as long as inflation creates pressure in the system, right? So this is a very different Federal Reserve. You know, we haven't been investing in an environment where the Fed and central banks globally are focused on fighting inflation. So I think what will occur is that they will continue to hike, and we know that it lags until they feel like they get inflation under control. So I think, you know, honestly, the growth picture is very fragile here because the Fed is squarely focused on inflation, and growth is going to be hit. And so that's kind of how I see it.
And Greg, this is the reason why earlier when we spoke with you in the past couple of months, you've said you like longer dated bonds where they are considering some of the value, considering that slowdown that seems necessary to get where the Fed even wants to get with respect to inflation. So now that we have a 10-year yields almost at 2.2%, are you buying?
Yeah, so I mean, I think it's an environment for caution, right? So I don't think we have any real clarity here over the near term. So there's so many different shifting dynamics that we're more cautious. We're not wading in yet. But I will say there's really value being created, particularly in a relative value format. So yes, I do think value is being created in the back end of the curve. If our thesis is right, where the Fed will over tighten and slow down the economy in a major way, I think the back end of the curve will be a direct beneficiary of that. But also, we're seeing lots of weird relative value things happening in the marketplace that's really making us excited about the opportunity set. I just think it's too early to step into the breach and declare this is a great point to enter the market. I just think there's so much in the way of uncertainty.
And Greg, I do want to get to some of the relative value interesting aspects, but this is a shift for you, isn't it? I mean, you had been bullish on the long end. This feels like it's different, is it?
Yeah, to a certain degree. I mean, honestly, rates have moved much more than we initially anticipated. That's clear. But I think the big difference is the geopolitical piece and how that pushes up commodity prices and broadens out inflation and thereby making inflation that much more difficult to contain. So I think, our initial expectation is that we'd start to see inflation start to, come down here over the near term. And I just think that's a harder forecast right now. So, yeah, so I think that does change the narrative over the short term. Does it change the narrative over the medium longer term? That's less clear. But either way, I think the environment where inflation will be persistent and growth slowing is one that's going to be with us for, the near term.
Greg, where does that leave the credit story?
Yeah, credit's pretty interesting. You've seen, pretty decent repricing. I will say, though, perspective matters. Well, we're repricing off of the all-time tights post-global financial crisis. So is that really the bellwether? Is that the benchmark? I don't think so. So I still think there's room for repricing on the credit side. But within credit, we've seen some interesting moves. So we've seen Europe really underperform the U.S. And that was before actually the conflict hit. So we're seeing much more value in Europe than the U.S. in the credit markets. In particular, we think the ECB is going to be much more attuned to the market than the Fed, just because the Fed has more of an inflation problem. I think investment-grade corporates have been kind of risk-adjusted, hit a lot more than high yield. So we actually see more value in investment-grade corporates. And we see more value in high-yield bonds than levered loans, where levered loans have really held in extremely well, given kind of the CLO desires and just the technicals broadly because of the floating rate aspect of it. So we see a bunch of value in the marketplace, honestly, that we're excited from a relative perspective.
Hey, Greg, good to catch up, buddy, as always, on this Fed decision day. Greg Peters there of PGIM Fixed Income. Lisa, as you know, that desire, that demand for floating rate at the start of the year, massive as we started to talk about a more active Federal Reserve. You've got PGIM starting to lean the other way.
Yeah, and you are seeing more people start to do that. Meanwhile, over in the junk bond universe, yields are now 6.5%. That's up from a low back in 2021 of 3.5%. So talk about a 3 percentage point repricing there.
I keep reading through this Deutsche Bank piece. Fantastic piece by Alan Ruskin. Jim Reed and the team, Matt Lazzetti as well. Here's another question from them. What would you look for in credit to move you away from your hiking profile? The spread level, the rate of change, issuance volumes?
Good questions.
What's more important? Better questions than mine. Futures up by 1.2% on the S&P. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
Keeping you up to date with news from around the world. With the First Word News, I'm Laura Wright. Russia is signaling that the idea of Swedish or Austrian-style neutrality is under discussion with Ukraine. A Kremlin spokesman says that a Ukrainian proposal to become a neutral country but keep its own armed forces could be viewed as a compromise. A little more than half an hour from now, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky will deliver a virtual address to the US Congress. China denies it knew about the invasion of Ukraine in advance. In the Washington Post, China's ambassador to the US wrote that had Beijing known about Russia's plan, it would have tried its best to prevent it. He said that assertions that China tacitly supports the war are disinformation. That slump in oil prices has taken a breather today. New York futures rose after giving up most of the gains following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. There are still concerns that disruption to Russian oil flows will squeeze an already tight market. Citigroup is starting to cover travel costs for employees seeking abortion. Several states, including Texas, have implemented or proposed a near-total ban on abortions. Citi's policy will pay for expenses if an employee has to travel in order to receive an abortion. The bank has more than 8,500 employees in Texas. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Laura Wright. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
Is this going to primarily be chips for your own business, or is this going to be more centered around the foundry business and external customers?
It's going to be both. And what we said today is we're announcing 2 fab modules. It's a large location, 1,000 acres, because I'd hope to build out a full 8 fabs or more on this location. And, you know, if we do that full project, it would be $100 billion over the course of the decade or so. So a massive project. Initially 3,000 jobs, 7,000 construction workers, supply chain chain, et cetera. I mean, this is just fabulous. And the products will be our most leading edge chips. So as we said, this will be the angstrom era when we're going to 2 nanometers and below into the angstrom era. So it'll be the most advanced chips, potentially the largest manufacturing location in the world. We'll use its output for our internal products, but also for those of the foundry customers as well. So it's going to cover both.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade? We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
Crypto, you have a world of young people that want their own financial system and their own culture. And it is very powerful, and I'm a big believer in it.
Advantage for China in having a Russia alliance is is not so you get grouped with Vladimir Putin on the global stage. It's so you can buy commodities cheaper. So if China can get hold of cheaper oil, cheaper gas, cheaper wheat, this is a dream come true for Xi in an area that China's really nervous about.
The brilliant Leland Miller there, the CEO of the China Beige Book International from New York City this morning. Good morning. Perception matters for this market, even if it's hard to reconcile with reality on the ground. Talks seemingly for some, for many, heading in the right direction between Ukraine and Russia over a neutral Ukraine. Will this move stick? I have no idea. On the S&P up 1.24%, on the NASDAQ up 1.8%. Happens, Tom. Long day ahead of us.
Really?
Yields up. I'm just excited about Gonzaga later. Up a couple of basis points on a 10-year to 216.88. And distracted by this headline too, so allow me to get to it for you. Sky reporting that Chicago Cubs owners, Tom, and Ken Griffin teaming up for a bid for Chelsea.
It's a Chicago bid. The Ricketts family, and I believe this is from TD Ameritrade on, and their purchase of the Cubs from the Wrigley family, the chewing gum combine, John, and they team up with another gentleman there, Ken Griffith of Chicago, and maybe they're going to change the Chelsea blue to Cubs blue. Who knows?
That's the only detail I've got at the moment, Tom. Yeah. But a whole range of groups, consortiums putting together offers, and we'll get final bids expected on Friday.
Very good. Kriti Gupta with us to very quickly look at Brent crude. Kriti, what do you have?
Yeah, well, we know there's been so much volatility in oil, but no one's really talking about how many people actually want to trade it. Well, there's no better way to exemplify it than in my chart of the day. We're looking at Brent crude, the open interest on it, which, by the way, is dropping to the lowest since 2015. But, Tom, that's not even the most notable part. The most notable part is that there's been this decline in open interest throughout 2021, and a big part of that is simply the fact that margins, essentially the cost to trade oil, has increased more and more as prices increase. But then you also have this idea of inventories getting lower and lower. Remember the folks that actually hold inventories in tankers? Well, they hedge it using futures. And so if you start to see those inventories disappear in tankers, then the open interest in those futures collapses as well. So it's the trend that's really been kind of magnified in the last couple of days, that open interest now at the lowest since 2015.
Kriti Gupta, thank you so much. If you are a gentleman from North Carolina State, you know the distance from I-75 from Knoxville down to Chattanooga. Yes, Dennis Gartman, in my bracket, I've got Knoxville playing Chattanooga. I'm going to go for the romance of a South there in basketball. But the backdrop here in America, across our agricultural complex, is the planting season. in the serious moment for Ukraine and their agriculture. We speak to the younger Dennis Gartman of the Kansas Board of Trade, chairman of University of Akron Endowment. Dennis, I don't want to buy stocks today. I don't want to go long short. I want to talk to you from your Ute and the Kansas Board of Trade about the planting season. How serious is that for Ukraine?
Very serious, Tom. It's something that we have to pay very much attention to. Ukraine and Russia are about 8% of the world's exports of wheat. The fact is the winter wheat crop, which is in the ground now, is probably deteriorating something fierce. Nobody's paying attention to it. Nobody's being able to get in the fields to take care of it. It's coming out of dormancy, and it's going to be a greatly reduced crop. There'll be a corn crop of some size, but it'll be demonstrably smaller than in the past. And the question shall be, will they get next year's winter wheat crop planted in September and October and November when that crop has to go in the ground? So the wheat prices here in the United States have been on an absolute tear from the lower left to the upper right. They've dropped a little bit in the past several days, but it's been just a demonstrative, monstrous bull market led by wheat.
Dennis, you and I have sat in the boardroom of the New York Stock Exchange and talked about this. Can we monitor the Ukraine planting season by weather, or are there other factors we can't observe, including the danger of Russian troops?
Well, clearly the danger of Russian troops is one thing. The ability to get the crop out of the ground and shipped is another thing completely. Whether the port facilities at Odessa will be operative is another question entirely. Will the rail facilities that have to move the crop from the interior of the country to the ports is another question entirely. It's one question after another, and confusion breeds contempt. Confusion breeds higher prices under most circumstances for a while, and then suddenly you see an increase in the planted acreage here in the United States. We'll probably see a big increase in spring wheat planting here in the U.S. to take advantage of the fact that wheat prices have gone so high. So it's a real question. It's something people are not paying much attention to. The other thing we need to pay attention to is that here in the States, how high soybean prices are, and the fact that you're going to have, and how high fertilizer prices are, which means you're going to have a huge shift, probably 3, 4, 5 million acres out of corn into soybeans, because you don't need fertilizer for the bean crop, and you need fertilizer for the corn crop. This could be the first time in 20 years that we actually plant more acreage to soybeans than we do to corn. Strange circumstances indeed.
Dennis, do you feel like the market is underestimating the elasticity of some of these agricultural commodities?
Yes. To put it bluntly, yes. I think the market is underestimating. I think that we can still see demonstrably higher prices over the course of the next year or two. As I always tell people, watch what the term structures are doing in storable commodities. When the backwardations widen on up days and then backwardations widen on down days also, it tells you that the market still wants to go higher. So the answer to your question, yes.
Dennis, it's been a while. It's got to catch up, particularly in this environment. Dennis Gartman there on this commodity market. Just to return back to that story from Sky News this morning, Tom, they're reporting, quote, the Ricketts family, which owns the Chicago Cubs baseball team, and Ken Griffin of Citadel, the boss of Citadel Asset Management, will table a joint bid for Chelsea on Friday. So Friday, Tom, in a couple of days, that's the day we expect to get the final bids for the club. You remember the price tag that Abramovich slapped on this a few weeks back, 3 billion sterling. I wonder what kind of numbers come through in a couple of days and whether it's anywhere near that kind of figure.
I mean, John, you and I don't know, but it's far more fluid now, John, than it was 7 days ago, isn't it? And like, if Mr. Ricketts, and trust me, folks, Ricketts and Griffin can write the check. If they write the check out, who do they make it to? Where do the funds go, et cetera?
TK, I've got no idea how they're going to work that out. And I'd actually love to speak to the government about that to see how they work that out. The final paragraph of this story said, whoever buys the club will require the government's consent in the form of a special license, as well as the approval of the Premier League under its fit and proper ownership test. That final line is going to get a lot of scrutiny in the months to come, given what happened with Newcastle and Saudi Arabia recently. And I will say, Tom, it's no coincidence that some of the prospective buyers are coming out of American sports. Are they more easily going to pass that fit and proper test of the Premier League for this football club?
Can I ask you a question, John?
Sure.
With great respect for your knowledge on this, what do the players do? I don't understand how they put on the blue.
If I'm out of contract, and many of them are at the end of this season, I'm already speaking to my agent. I was doing that months ago, and I'm ready to leave. They've probably got that club lined up, Tom, to go already. If they're out of contract, they're ready to go. And there's several of them at Chelsea.
You know,
the ones who are on longer-term contracts and might be doubtful about the future of this club,
John,
that's where it gets a little bit more complicated.
I'm sorry, but one of the things they can do here to amend this tragedy, I mean, it's serious, is hire Ted Lasso as the coach. I mean,
season 3 is coming out soon, isn't it?
From Richmond to Chelsea would be an upgrade. The other guy went to West Ham.
When's season 3 out?
I don't know.
I think it's soon. I thought I saw a trailer for that. That and the new Kardashians on Hulu. You excited for that?
You need
I know you are. Top TK can't wait for that.
I'm just looking for the workout.
He called me up
of
last
90
night. He
days.
said, "Did you see what Kim said in the trailer?"
What, 90 Day Fiance too coming
Yeah,
back?
I'm looking for the workout of that.
almost the end of the year, but Bali is still quiet and empty. I am here in Kuta Legian, one of the main walking streets here that is used to be a tourist spot for beach, dining, shopping, but many shops here are still closed. Most of the outlets are either for rent or for sale as they have run out of business.
Saya kerjanya di sini udah lama, udah ada 10 tahunan di sini kerja. Masih sepi sih, nggak kayak dulu. Kalau dulu kan rame, sekarang ya ada 1-2 itu ada, tapi nggak kayak dulu. Kalau dulu rame sekali. Sekarang paling dapat jualan ya 100, 120 gitu, 200 ya. Kalau dulu sih ya nyampe dah 1 juta, 1,5 tuh nyampe dapat jualan. Bisa sampai 2 juta dulu. Sekarang nggak pernah lagi dapat segitu. Sama aja. Belum ada turis ke Bali. Masih ya domestik aja.
While Bali has reopened its borders for foreign tourists since October, they're still not coming in. Many international airlines are yet to reinstate their direct flight to the island. Balinese people here really hope they can see more people from Australia, China, and Europe to come visit next year.
However you get your news.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak with Lee.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome to Daybreak Australia. This is Bloomberg Technology. This is Bloomberg Green.
On TV, radio, and the web, this is Bloomberg. A lot's happening on Wall Street.
It's the basic law of economics.
The Fed is telling us this is transitory.
Need to catch up?
This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston.
We've got the information and insights.
David, you just hit the nail right on the head.
From businesses most influential and instrumental.
And that's the way you run good risk management.
But we need to invest in our systems.
Bloomberg Wall Street Week premieres Friday with replays all weekend on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
there's a lot going on, and frankly, it's getting easier to be bearish.
We could see some slowing growth in the second quarter, and at the same time, some weakening inflation pressures.
It's a stagflationary shock, but we think there's strong enough momentum that you're going to see growth around 3%.
I don't think we get out of this mode anytime in the near future.
We don't see a U.S. recession in the next 12 months, but certainly the risks are elevated.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
Good morning, everyone. Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Tom Keene on radio and television. An historic Wednesday, no other way to put it. A Fed meeting at 2 o'clock. You can join us then. We look forward to that. But far more important, history in Washington at 9 a.m., John.
60 minutes away, Tom, an address by the president of Ukraine, with several asks expected in that address, Tom. Can this White House deliver on those requests?
Well, the deliver part of it is going to be interesting, and certainly Mr. Biden pushes away from the difficult request of the gentleman from Ukraine. But, John, the market votes. It's a combination of China developments, Ukraine and Moscow developments, and a mixture also of what this Fed will do.
Some soothing words from the Chinese authorities on supporting this market. On the Fed, Tom, we kind of know what they'll do. They'll hike interest rates 25 basis points. They'll cut the growth forecast. They'll lift the inflation forecast. The unknown is the dot plot, and where the emphasis will be in this news conference with this chairman. Which chairman turns up? Volcker or something in between?
It's going to be interesting, and Larry Summers writing a Volcker and linking into Powell this morning in the Washington Post. Lisa Abramowitz, what I find in the unknown category here is the unknown of the default and brokenness of Moscow.
And frankly, the unknown of where some of these negotiations will go. We are getting a positive tone to the rhetoric, both out of Kyiv as well as Moscow, but we've heard this before. How much can we get progress? I'm still stuck on what Greg Peters was saying, shifting his bullish stance on longer dated bonds, saying, listen, this is a game changer with respect to what's going on in Eastern Europe. How much does the Fed address that in today's meeting?
Very quickly, somewhat telegraphed, Howard Schultz says, I'll have another. He will return to his Starbucks here as they do a changing of the guards here, reported moments ago. John, let's get through the data because a guy showed up from JP Morgan we got to talk to. I'm looking at futures up 57. The VIX votes, John, the VIX 35. It was a Bob Michael world coming to an end, and we've moved to a better S&P 500 vol, 28.45 on the VIX.
Since this Fed last met, equities are lower, bond yields, well, yields are higher on treasuries, much higher on twos, and spreads are wider. We'll get into that in a moment. Starbucks, never good when you return, the stock flies higher.
I'm saying the same thing.
5.9% on Starbucks in a pre-market, Tom. Schultz is back as the interim CEO. Kevin Johnson, Tom, retiring next month.
There are the details that I don't care about. Right now, we got to get to this, and there's like 8 ways to go here, including the news out of Chelsea and football. But on a serious note, we talked to Bob Michael right now, CIO at JP Morgan Investment Management of the Note. And Bob, I just want to tell you, I have completed my bracket. And Gorgonzola is who I have going all the way to the finals. So I'm looking forward to that.
Don't put too much money on Gorgonzola. Go with Gonzaga. It's a much better
Gorgonzola. And I did not go with Yale, folks. I had to go with Purdue because the woman from Purdue signs my paycheck. It's that simple as that. Bob, on a serious note, Chairman Powell faces serious consequences of the decisions today and May 4th. What's his biggest focus to get to the autumn of this year?
Well, it's interesting to me, if you go back to January, he walked into this year surprisingly hawkish, and that caught the market off guard. I'm looking for 3 things from the Fed today. I want to see if they're opening the door to 50 basis point hikes and how soon they'll do it. I'm also looking at the quantitative tightening. How fast will they roll that forward? I think they should bring that forward to June. And then lastly, I want to see that trade-off between growth and inflation. For sure, growth will slow down in the back end of the year, but if inflation is still high, I think the market expects they may back off a bit. I think the market will be surprised how hawkish he is today and how focused on inflation he is today.
Well, let's go through that point by point, Bob, and let's start with the dot plot, and then we'll go to the news conference. The dot plot for 23 right now, about 165. For 24, just a little north of 2%. What kind of shift are you expecting there?
Well, it's throwing darts today, given where all the data is. But what I'd like to see is I'd like to see the dots for the end of this year at 2%. And I want to see if anyone has the courage to put them at 3% at the end of 2023.
2%
and I think they belong
year,
there.
Bob. That's what you want to happen. What do you think will happen?
Oh, I think they'll do it. I'm certain they'll do it. I think they'll throw in a 50 at the May meeting, and they'll do 6 25 basis point hikes at the other 6 meetings this year.
So, Bob, where does quantitative tightening fit into this? How much can they really execute a shrinking of the balance sheet?
Oh, I think they'll announce it at the May meeting and do it in June. I think all of it gets pulled forward. Look, they've already made one policy error so far by letting inflation get to where it is. We're looking at the Dallas trim mean personal consumption expenditures. It's close to 7%. And that's without all the inflation that's going in the pipeline now that we're going to see over the next 3 to 6 months. So they've got a lot to do to lean into inflation. And I think what you're going to hear from them is that's their focus, even if it means sacrificing growth at the end of the year.
Well, but Bob, that's exactly where I wanted to go, because you're saying that they've already made a huge policy error, but a lot of the inflationary inputs are far out of their control. They are commodity driven. They also are driven by some of the pandemic era distortions. So at this point, is that the only tool they have to materially slow the economy even further than inflation will do naturally?
Nonsense. Not everything has been out of their control. There have been an awful lot of things that have been in their control. Look at the price of new homes. Look at the cost of shelter, the cost of housing. That's gone through the roof. Why? Because if it costs more, but the cost to finance it remains close to zero, guess what? You can pay more. They should have hiked rates and stopped purchasing mortgages 6 to 12 months ago. And that would have slowed down the housing market a bit. I think they've got a tough summer ahead because there's a lot of pent-up demand yet to be satiated. That's going to happen over the summer. I see the toughest month for them to get through is July.
Bob Michael, you know how this works. You dial 1-800-BOB-MICHAEL. You got a ton of money to put to work. What do you tell them now? Where'd you put it?
Well, as you know, we walked into this year somewhat conservative, thinking that things had gotten a bit of ahead of themselves in the credit market and raised cash. Now we're putting it back to work. I think over the course of a couple months, we've got a year's worth of repricing. We're looking at high yield, for example, that we came into this year at an all-in yield around 4%. We're now at over 6%. You look at investment grade credit, spreads have gone up from 80 or 90 basis points to 150 basis points. Yields are up 1.3%. So there's a lot of concern about what's going to happen to corporate America and corporate Europe. We think they'll be more resilient than a lot of investors anticipate, and there's a lot of cash on the sidelines. There was a lot coming into this year because of the de-risking. More has built up. I think you're going to see that put to work in the second quarter.
Bob Michael, Friday evening, 7 p.m., you're gaming Liverpool's next victory. I'm reading Kasman and Ferroli cover to cover in Weekly Prospects. As you read your colleagues, Kasman and Ferroli, what does it tell you, given higher yields, what foreign flows will do? My problem with the doom and gloom of moving out to higher yields, lower fixed income prices, is the foreigners always show up, don't they?
Yeah, they do. And you'll probably see some of that in the coming quarter because for sure you're not going to see the Bank of Japan raise rates in here. For sure the ECB, I think they'll still hike this year, but they'll talk it down until the back end of the year. So that money will look at the higher yields and come in. That's probably why you don't get to 3% 10-year treasuries over the next couple of months. Can you get there by the end of the year? I think with the inflationary pressures in the pipeline, you will get there.
Bob, would you like to see the Cubs at Chelsea? Just as a Red Sox Liverpool man, would you like to see that happen?
There are so many bad things in that question. First of all, I'm a Philadelphia guy, so it's the Phillies. And now I'm a Liverpool supporter. This is just a bridge too far for me.
How did it happen? How did the Liverpool thing happen, Bob?
It's a very long story, but
we have time.
I spent 9 years in London. We landed in London the year that England beat Germany 5-1. Michael Owen scored a hat trick. We all looked at Michael Owen. Who did he play for? Liverpool, and that became our club.
And that was that. Bob Michael, thank you, sir. Every time Bob comes into the studio, he tries to convert Tom to be a Liverpool fan.
I know. It's
not
Chris
working out,
Collins
is it,
model.
TK?
No, it's not. And of course, good morning to everybody supporting the tots here, and it's going to be a lot of excitement as well. You wonder what the tots will do around all this. Seriously, John, I believe I observe the American acquisition of the Premier League. Is that what's happening here?
I think that American billionaires more easily pass that fit and proper test for ownerships of Premier League clubs, and that test is going to get a whole lot harder in the future, given what's happened with Chelsea recently and the controversy around Newcastle more recently as well.
Yeah.
Tom, a name to pick out, Starbucks in the pre-market up by 5.4%. We touched on it briefly. He didn't show much interest. I'll come back to it again.
I think
Kevin Johnson's out.
Look.
Howard Schultz is back in as the interim CEO. Kind of odd, Tom. The board indicating that Johnson said a year ago that he would consider retirement after the pandemic neared its end, and I guess the pandemic is nearing its end.
John, I can't think clearly on this story. The middle child spent so much time at Starbucks. Howard once sent her a gold-plated metal card so she could go into Starbucks
and get free
and
coffees.
get like free coffee or something. I don't know.
The stock lease are up 5.5%.
What does it
talking
cost
about
for
his
one of those
bills.
fancy drinks now?
For Starbucks. It's
$7?
The key aspect for me, aside from the platinum card that the middle child got, is that Starbucks shares have gained 42% since he took over in 2017 versus an 80% gain on McDonald's. So basically, why are they doing breakfast better than Starbucks
I don't
at
think
this
it's
point?
a fair comparison.
Why not, Tom?
I think McDonald's has a much more good menu with the hash browns, which you can buy, and if you get two of them, what you do is you get a McDonald's breakfast seamless. If you tell your father, you'll order for him as well.
You're ready for a
That's
vacation,
the
aren't you?
trick.
TK's actually going away after today.
I think he's on one right now.
You can join the dots now, can't you?
No, I'm
basically already there.
I'm going with Chattanooga, Knoxville. It's a
Good to know,
Tennessee
Tom.
bracket. Leave me
Good to
alone.
know. At 1.4% on the S&P, yields higher by a couple of basis points. 216, your Fed decision later today.
Keeping you up to date with news from around the world. With the First Word News, I'm Laura Wright. The Kremlin is hinting at possible progress in peace talks with Ukraine. A Russian spokesman says that a Ukrainian proposal to become a neutral country but retain its own armed forces could be viewed as a certain kind of compromise. Talks between the two sides are underway. Less than an hour from now, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky will deliver a virtual address to the United States Congress. In China, stocks surged after the government promised to boost financial markets and increase economic growth. Hong Kong's China stock gauge rose the most in 14 years. China is trying to ease investor fears on risks from the property market, overseas listings, and internet companies. Top economic leaders have also said that new loans will grow appropriately. A change at the top of Starbucks. CEO Kevin Johnson plans to retire next month. The founder of the coffee shop chain will retain as the interim CEO. Schultz also will rejoin the board. The shakeup comes amid a challenging start to the year for Starbucks. It faces rising costs and growing unionization pushes. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Laura Wright. This is Bloomberg.
exclusive interviews with the most influential figures in finance. Lloyd Blankfein.
Deflation is a terrible thing. Inflation you could tolerate.
Kathy Wood.
Tesla will be in the pole position to dominate.
Jeremy Grantham.
We've had a very, very abnormal honeymoon Goldilocks period.
First available on the Bloomberg Terminal, then on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg.com. Front row, the best seats in the house for business's greatest minds.
The first step in building a connectome is to get your hands on some brains and then cut them up. It all sounds very grim, but Harvard turns out to be quite efficient with its brain harvesting. Jeff's lab can do a year's worth of research with a single mouse brain. Small chunks of the brain are fed into the slicer, where a diamond blade carves off a thin sliver of tissue. The tissue floats along some liquid and onto a piece of tape. The brain slices are then put into this very large machine, where they're photographed in the finest of detail. Software helps stitch the pictures back together into a single 3D image, and algorithms are applied to help make sense of what's going on inside of the brain.
Mercedes-Benz is on a path towards CO2 neutral mobility. So we have flicked the switch there, and really we're going to step by step electrify everything. And what does that mean? Combustion engines get electrified.
This is a market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
Highest since 1982.
War.
This is the central banking nightmare because there is no good answer.
Everyone is eyeing the Fed's next move.
We are getting whipsawed.
I think they have to move. Trust Bloomberg for the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis.
If the market is pricing 50 basis points, the Fed should walk through that door.
Look for massive adjustments.
It's going to be a very delicate task.
Bloomberg surveillance. The Fed decides. Today on Bloomberg, the fastest way to stay one step ahead.
Putin's aggression against Ukraine has united people all across America, united our two parties in Congress, and united freedom-loving world. With this new security funding and the drawdown authorities in this bill, we're moving urgently to further augment the support to the brave people of Ukraine as they defend their country.
The President of the United States, 42 minutes away from hearing from the President of Ukraine addressing Congress later this morning. Full coverage of that on TV and radio, live on Bloomberg. Futures up 1.3% on the S&P 500. On the NASDAQ, up by 1.9. Yields higher by a couple of basis points to 216.70 on 10s. Your Fed decision just around the corner. And around the corner, maybe a Russian default. Maybe. Today, 2 interest payments due, totaling $117 million in dollars. We're hearing from a report in Russia, citing a Russian finance minister, the Russian finance minister. No info yet on whether the coupon payment went through. Let me go through this again. The Eurobond coupon payment may not reach bondholders. Now, Lisa, is that what you and I were talking about early this morning?
Basically, is this a messaging exercise? We want to pay, we are not able to pay because of sanctions. Is that going to be what we see as they try to avoid defaulting or at least have an argument to prolong this process? And that seems to be the big question from these headlines.
Tom, looking for some more detail on that, but that's the latest from the Russian finance minister, according to one report out of Russia.
Our goal here for this invasion, this war, or as Mr. Putin says, this special operation is to bring you guests of authority and earned expertise. Georgia is to the southern side, think Joseph Stalin, and it was one of Mr. Putin's first wars in Russia. It was violent and brutal. With courage, Ian Kelly, as the former U.S. ambassador to Georgia, served in a very tenuous time, and he joins us now with his brilliant academics out of Columbia and his academics out of Northwestern this day. Professor Kelly, Ambassador Kelly, welcome to Bloomberg. Wonderful to have you today. My book of the year is Angela Stent's Putin's World. You use it in class. What does Putin's world look like right now?
Putin's world looks very, very circumscribed right now. He started out telling the Russian people that they were going to be able to become fully participatory in international financial systems, be able to travel, be able to use and hold in their banks foreign currency, be able to use worldwide credit cards. And of course, that has now come crashing down. And the Putin's world, as I say, is now very small.
Let's go to your expertise, and I don't want to make allusions here to Hitler and Putin and that would be inappropriate. But I will suggest that all of his work, including his battles in Georgia, is with a Slavic certitude. You study the Slavic nations, culture, and language. Is that breaking down for Mr. Putin right now, that certitude of the Russian Slavic experience?
Well, I think that he made a serious mistake in thinking that the Ukrainians would welcome their Eastern Slavic brothers. I think what he's trying to do in Ukraine, and what he has been doing with Belarus and to a certain extent Kazakhstan, where there are many Russian speakers, is to try and create a Russian world, to create a Moscow-centric community. I don't think he wants to rebuild the Soviet Union, but he does want to restore an Eastern Slavic homeland or community. The idea that there are borders between Russia and Ukraine pains him. And what even more pains him is the idea that the Ukrainians would want to orient themselves towards the West and not towards Moscow.
Ambassador, as we sit here today, we are getting a series of headlines saying that talks are ongoing and seem more realistic between Ukraine and Russia. Do you buy that, given that we cannot reset the clock and go back to where we were, that it means more NATO troops on the borders of Russia, that it means a Ukraine that's living with this scarred history?
Well, I think it was impossible for anyone, really, I think, to see how there could be a diplomatic solution based on Putin's initial maximalist goals, which was the decapitation of the Ukrainian government and what he called the demilitarization of the Ukrainian armed forces, which he said falsely were being controlled by the U.S. and NATO. It's interesting that you're starting to see a change in the rhetoric in terms of their goals. They're not talking about the denazification of the government. They're talking more about Ukraine becoming neutral, in other words, not joining NATO. So that, I think, is significant. But whether or not it leads to a cessation of hostilities, because the new demand that they put in is a recognition of Crimea and the eastern Ukraine enclave of Donbass, and I can't see the Ukrainians giving up sovereignty over a big chunk of their territory.
Ambassador, can I just jump in just quickly, slightly off track, but we just got a headline about how to get Ukraine more military help. We've been trying to figure out why sending them MiGs would be considered an escalation. Why has the US declared that as an escalation if they were to do so?
I think what it is the Poles wanted to send the planes to Ramstein Air Base, a U.S. air base in Germany, and then have the planes flown in from a U.S. base in Germany. I think it's that particular it's the origin of the planes, I think, which is giving Washington pause. And I think that they're overestimating the possible risk of flying from a U.S. base, but that's my understanding of it.
Ian, thank you just for that clarification at the end there as well. Ian Kelly there, the former U.S. ambassador to Georgia. Just as we get a headline, Tom, from Representative Congressman Adam Smith of the Armed Services Committee, the chairman, speaking on CNN, saying we must figure out a way to get Ukraine more drones.
This is important in 2 points. First of all, Adam Smith is not just another congressman. He is someone steeped for 13 terms, John, 26 years, call it, in supplying services to the military from Congress. He's someone with real experience. But, John, I've been reading about the drones. I don't pretend to be an expertise, but to me, it's new aerial guerrilla warfare. It seems like everybody wants drones.
Historic, a little bit later this morning, Tom, a wartime president addressing Congress at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Within that address, we are expecting some requests of this government for more military help. What will the follow-through look like from this White House? That will be the discussion through the day on Bloomberg TV and radio as we count you down to a Fed decision, equities up by more than 1%.
Estudio, nuestro experimento, no hemos pintado todos los edificios de blanco, sino estos más asequibles de pintar. Y ya hemos detectado reducciones medias en el área metropolitana de 0,8 grados aproximadamente en un periodo de ola de calor y con picos máximos de 4 grados de disminución en un momento puntual del día, en una zona puntual del día. Y como dices, en una ciudad como Barcelona funciona incluso mejor que las zonas verdes, según las modificaciones nos detectan incrementos, o sea, disminuciones de temperaturas mayores con tejados blancos que con incrementos de zonas verdes como tienen planteados el plan director urbanístico.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
BSO Now is your online home for weekly Boston Symphony Orchestra and Boston Pops performances. See new concerts that go behind the scenes, plus acclaimed archival concerts. Visit bso.org/now, where the music plays on. BSO season sponsor, Bank of America.
It really is that kind of morning. We've barely talked about it. I think, Lisa, the only one to mention it. We've got retail sales, seconds away.
I know.
Futures up by 1.26%.
Retail sales
on the
Wednesday.
S&P. Yeah, Tom, coming out right about now. Let's get to Mike McKee for a little bit more. Morning, Mike.
Good morning, John. Well, we're getting import prices first before the retail sales report comes out, and import prices on the month up 1.4%. On the year, they're up 10.9%. That's a tick higher than they were, so we're still importing some inflation, and you can bet a lot of that is oil. Now, retail sales, there's been a lot of talk about the consumer falling off, and we do see some evidence of that in February. Retail sales on a month-over-month basis are up just 0.3%. In January, they were up 3.8%. The forecast was for a 0.4 rise. Take out autos and gasoline, and retail sales drop by 0.4. So a big contribution, it looks like, from gasoline. And then the retail sales control group, which is the one that economists like to follow because it sort of goes into GDP, it's down 1.2% after a 4.8% rise the month before. Still waiting for the revision on that. But it does suggest that rising inflation and maybe war fears during February did weigh on the consumer.
Big revision, Mike, just come through for the previous month. That's quite a revision for the previous month, isn't it?
It does come through, and let's just run through that. The headline rose 4.9% instead of 3.8%. Ex-autos and gas up 5.2 instead of 3.8, and that core rate I was talking about, 6.7% after it had been listed as 4.8%. So what economists would do, and probably what the Fed is going to do, is combine the 2 months and look at the two together and say, you know, the consumer's still hanging in there. The trend is not good, but it's a 1 month trend. And of course, these numbers, as we just saw, are always heavily revised.
Mike, here's the question, and I'll ask Dana Peterson the same question because I think to get 7 opinions here is very important. These are inflation top numbers. These are nominal retail sales.
Yeah.
How does this explosive inflation change the usefulness of this data?
It does change it in terms of you have to go through and adjust, which the Fed will do. But a good example, gasoline station sales up 5.3%. Now, we know gasoline prices were up significantly in February, so nothing like where they've been in March, but they were up, so you can see the contribution that inflation makes to the overall level of retail sales.
But Tom, that's exactly the point that I picked up on. I just took it in a different direction.
I stole it from you.
Well, I mean, I'm just thinking these are nominal rates of retail sale. That means that, frankly, on an inflation-adjusted basis, you're probably seeing a decline.
Well, let's go.
A pretty significant decline.
Let's go to the wise one on this, and then we'll talk to Dana Peterson. Michael McKee, is there such a thing as real retail?
You don't get it from the government, but
why not?
The Fed does deflate the numbers, and you can see what they are. What you have to do is not just apply an inflation figure, but an inflation figure for each category, because obviously gasoline prices have gone up more than toothbrush prices.
Am I out of my mind to go with Knoxville and Chattanooga on my bracket? I mean, it's so romantic. They're like an hour and a half away from each other.
As far as I know, Tom, you're never out of your mind.
Do you want to stay on sport, Tom?
No,
I'll let that one go, Mike, because I'm not so sure about that either. But I'm going to slip this headline in from the spokesman at Ken Griffin, Tom. Part of the bidding group for Chelsea. Just getting confirmation from Citadel's Ken Griffin, the spokesperson for him. Part of the bidding group for Chelsea. There you go.
Can I make a suggestion with the Ricketts-Griffin combine? They can just basically write out a personal check and just say, here, see if it works.
We've got to clear up how this works, Tom.
Yeah,
I'm sure they know better than I do.
Serious, I get that.
Can you imagine the amount of lawyers you've got to talk to make this work? As I understand it, final bids for the football club on Friday.
But, John, can we make clear that the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom has been very overt, including his travels to Saudi Arabia, I believe happening right now? I mean,
to do something about energy,
I'm going to suggest any transaction involving the gentleman from Chicago will be reviewed by 10 Downing Street. Am I off the mark on that?
I think the Premier League's got to review it as well. The Premier League has to, they have this fit and proper test for ownership, Tom. So the buyer, and if, let's face it, if it's the Cubs with Ken Griffin, then you'd imagine that buyer is a fit and proper owner of a Premier League football club. But there will be other bids in the mix as well. A series of group bids, Tom, consortiums coming together. So let's see what the number is and how many people actually put a bid together by the end of this week.
Okay, we'll have to see. Let us move on. We're moving on here 30 minutes away from true history in Washington with the gentleman from Ukraine speaking to Congress. We made allusions of 1941 to Churchill, but it is a tumult of the moment to provide an economic vision on this with a conference board and all of their great research capabilities. Dana Peterson joins us right now. Dana, what is the single item of conference board distinction in your data collection? What's the thing that the conference board sees about America right now that matters?
Well, certainly it's consumer confidence. And, our last survey was from February, and it was very clear that consumers were still looking to spend, but they were becoming very frustrated about inflation. And certainly there were some concerns about rising interest rates. And certainly with the war in Ukraine, inflation is going to become even worse in our view looking ahead.
Do you think that consumer sentiment is deteriorating more or less than people seem to think when they look at the University of Michigan surveys and when they look at the actual retail sales as the numbers come out?
Sure. So with the University of Michigan, their measures are very closely aligned with, say, financial markets, and our measures are more aligned with labor markets. And labor markets are doing very well. We saw in the last employment report, healthy gains, very healthy gains, fewer people unemployed, a little bit of improvement in terms of the participation rate. And so we're seeing very strong employment environment, and that's being reflected in our measure. So our measure hasn't fallen as much as the University of Michigan, but still our inflation expectations gauge continues to rise. When we ask consumers what are they worried about, they're saying, look, inflation is just a big issue for us. And certainly looking ahead, we're going to see higher prices for food, for energy, for metals. Why is this relevant? Well, food goes into everything. So people are going to see higher costs for cereals, meat. Thinking about energy, gasoline prices have doubled so far. And even for metals, many semiconductors use these rare earths and metals from Russia and the Ukraine. And certainly it's going to be more expensive to buy things that require computer chips like cars, cell phones, other gadgets.
So if you take a look at the numbers that we just got on retail sales, yes, the revision was higher than expected for January, yet we did see a massive deceleration and even decline when you look at the control group. And this is on a nominal basis. On an inflation-adjusted basis, essentially, this is retail sales declining at a pretty significant pace. Are you concerned about that? Is this potentially something that you're watching as a warning sign that consumers are not going to absorb the costs like some expect?
You're right. When you look at it on a real basis, today's data probably are negative in terms of a decline in sales. And I think that, it's not really terribly surprising, given the fact that you had such outsized sales in January. It's really not, you can't have consecutive increases like that on a regular basis. So maybe you should just add the 2 months together. But certainly we are very worried. Again, with prices rising, people are just going to stop spending at some point. And so we'll be watching very closely our next consumer confidence report to see if people are souring on things like vacations.
PGIM, we were talking with Greg Peters, has an under 2.5% economic growth for 18 months out. Let's call it 2023. What is your view of that? I mean, do we really get down solidly under 3% growth out in a year from now?
Oh, yes. In fact, the conference board has downgraded its forecast for this year. Year on year, we had 3.5%. We lowered it to 3%. If you look at quarterly averages, quarterly annualized numbers, we're in the 2 to 2.5% range. So certainly next year we could be in the 2 to 2.5% range.
Dana, thank you, as always, for your response to this retail sales print. Dana Peterson there. Here's one for you from the President of the United States. Oil prices are decreasing. Gas prices should too. And on Twitter, the President saying, last time crude was $96 a barrel. Gas was $3.62 a gallon. Now it's $4.31. Oil and gas companies, Tom, shouldn't pad their profits at the expense of hardworking Americans. The words of the President of the United States just minutes ago.
I call it a sigh of relief tweet, maybe is what we would call that. John, you know, we cover the markets here, and we all know, all of our listeners and viewers know, these are extraordinary times. Predicting out hydrocarbons globally, domestically, on the island of Manhattan, over the next week or year is completely impossible. There's too many moving parts.
The majors, Lisa, at the moment, the oil producers in America, stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Because they're being asked to produce more, but the volatility in oil prices makes it unclear whether investments are going to be worth it or not, and who knows what the price of oil is. I just keep going back to a consumer of oil, a corporate consumer of oil, a corporate consumer of commodities more broadly. How do they hedge against such volatility? How do they even start to prepare for all of this fluctuation in base prices? How are the airlines going to deal with this?
Well, you want to go to jet fuel. We heard from an airline yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah.
No hedges left.
No hedge.
Exposed to it, fully exposed.
Fully exposed, and then basically kicking up their ticket sales by what, $10, $15 each, depending on where the crude level is. How much is this going to become the norm?
And they can now. Why? What did Dowd to say yesterday, Tom? Demand. Just remarkable. Great demand right now.
I've heard this anecdotally from family members. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Everybody wants to travel. The airlines want the masks off. We see all sorts of institutions taking their masks off. I mean, that pushes against the gloom that's out there, including, seriously, more expensive fares.
BA got rid of the mask, Tom, depending on the origin, of course, and where the plane's
It doesn't
going.
matter. You can't get them on the phone. So, you know, I mean, when you want to talk to them, you can't.
We pushed a button here, didn't we?
We did. We pushed a button.
Have you been trying to call them recently
Not
before
happy.
your trip away?
I tried to.
You can't get hold of BA.
Down in flames.
Would you like to send a message to them
No,
now?
I called Buckingham
We're not busy
Palace.
this morning.
I
Got
called
something to say.
Buckingham Palace. I said, you know, work on this.
You're going to send a message to 10 Downing Street alongside your Chelsea bid. Unhappy with British Airways. Can't get them on the phone. Futures up 1% on the S&P. The Nasdaq up by 1.6%. Can you tell that Tom Keane goes away soon, Lisa?
No clue. No, that didn't seem
no
to...
idea
No.
that he's away for 5
now.
days. Sabbatical. Writing his story on meditation too. Looking forward to that one. Coming up 9 a.m. Truly historic. A wartime president addressing Congress. The president of Ukraine, Zelensky, coming up on TV and radio. This is Bloomberg.
Keeping you up to date with news from around the world. With the First Word News, I'm Laura Wright. Russia is signaling that the idea of Swedish or Austrian-style neutrality is under discussion with Ukraine. A Kremlin spokesman says that a Ukrainian proposal to become a neutral country but keep its own armed forces could be viewed as a compromise. Coming up at the top of the hour, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky will deliver a virtual address to the US Congress. China denies it knew about the invasion of Ukraine in advance. In the Washington Post, China's ambassador to the United States wrote that had Beijing known about Russia's plan, it would have tried its best to prevent it. He said that assertions that China tacitly supports the war are disinformation. South Korea says that North Korea's latest missile test appears to have failed. That comes days after a report that Kim Jong-un's regime was planning to fire its first ICBM in 5 years. The South Korean military says the missile is presumed to have failed shortly after launch. In sports, tough news of your Tom Keane and a Tottenham supporter, billionaire Ken Griffin, and the owner of the Chicago clubs, the Ricketts family, reportedly teaming up to make a bid for the UK's Chelsea Football Club. That's according to Sky News. No details on the offer yet. Last week, the UK froze Chelsea owner Roman Abramovich's assets as part of sanctions against Russia. That complicates plans for a rushed sale of the team. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. This is Bloomberg.
the Omicron variant and the latest wave have an impact on not only consumer trends, but your business? And do you expect the booster shots to make a difference?
Yeah, booster shot will make a huge difference. I think it's been accelerated by the huge leadership of the current Prime Minister Kishida. And I'm hopeful that our business will come back in Japan around perhaps mid-February to end of February, because we expect that a peak time will come around that time. And then the government will shift toward the reinvigoration of consumer. That will help us. And we had seen the huge comeback of the business in December when the things were toward the normalization. So I believe the business will come back, and I'm very much hopeful.
I think that it's hard to put your head around any narrative. Let's just be honest. We've had sort of a shift in, are we in some sort of stagflation fears moment? People were talking about that all day yesterday.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
I'm here at the Delhi airport, and behind me you can see SpiceJet 737 MAX aircraft. SpiceJet in form of cash and aircraft. There's a big celebration happening at the Gwalior airport. As you can see, they've literally rolled down the red carpet for SpiceJet chairman Ajay Singh. There are balloons, there are flowers. This is a big deal for SpiceJet because it is the only Indian operator of Boeing 737 MAX planes currently.
Stocked early enough all these precious materials you were just mentioning, and we were on the lucky side that our prognosis was spot on in a way, forecasting what kind of material we would need and what quantity we would need.
For many people, not all, but many people had a job at an office. They're not going to be required to come back to the office 5 days a week. And I don't think CEOs per se are going to determine these policies. I think workers will, because all of us CEOs, I think, want the best talent. And I think flexibility is going to be the second most important benefit after compensation.
Thank you so much. Good morning, and that is Brian Chesky with David Rubenstein. We're going to talk about that in a moment. The headline flow is extraordinary. And there is a headline, Lisa Abramowitz, that has moved the markets, and it is distressing, to say the least. This is in Turkey with Lavrov talking about denazification. Lisa, the market joy came to an absolute halt on the release of that Bloomberg headline.
How much is this code for some sort of regime change? Basically, Sergei Lavrov of Russia saying that Russia seeks Ukraine demilitarization and denazification. That, of course, has been what they have called the president of Ukraine, who is a Jewish individual, Zelensky, who is also a Holocaust. His family is a Holocaust surviving family, Tom.
What we're going to do here is have a bit of a different conversation with David Rubenstein this morning. We celebrate his interview here with Mr. Chesky. Let's do that quickly as we can. Who is Mr. Chesky and why is he germane right now?
Well, Brian Chesky is one of the three people that started Airbnb, which is a phenomenon among young people, but also middle-aged people now. And it's relevant now because as the world is changing and people aren't coming to the office quite as much as they used to, they're working remotely. More and more people are using Airbnb to kind of relocate themselves. And in fact, roughly 20% of all the people that use Airbnb do it for 30 days or more, and half the people use it for a week or more. It's not like a one-night kind of overnight thing like a hotel might be. So it's changed completely the perception of what you do with your time when you're away from your home. You can stay a much longer period of time than you did before, and his company is doing quite well.
Well, and the future of Airbnb in some ways hinges on the future of work from home, on the future of the ability to take a month and go to Hawaii and spend it there. How much on Wall Street is that really going to be the story when you see the likes of Goldman Sachs and even JP Morgan really emphasizing working in the office?
Well, JP Morgan and others are saying come to the office, but these are very unique and unusual firms. They're centered in New York. They're financial service kinds of organizations. The average person doesn't work at Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan. The average person can work from home or can work from very remote sources. So it's changed the way people live and work. I don't think after the pandemic that we've gone through, people are going to come back to the office 5 days a week in the same pattern that we've had before. And Airbnb is going to, I think, capitalize on that. It already has. It's done quite well, despite the fact that initially when the pandemic came about, all of a sudden Airbnb was in big trouble. People weren't traveling at all. Now it's rebounded and it's doing quite well. It's got a market value of about $92 billion now.
So go ahead, Tom.
Lisa, please.
No, honestly, this has been a really interesting moment because we're talking about these work from home trends. We're talking about the return to offices amid a new backdrop of crisis, right? And I wonder, as the head of a company trying to figure out, heads of investment company, talking to other heads of companies, how are people rethinking their business plans on the prospect of more prolonged commodity prices, of more prolonged disruption, even beyond the pandemic?
I think all employers are learning it's not as easy to get your people back to work as you once thought. You just can't say come back to work and they all come back exactly 5 days a week the way they used to. So you also have a hard time getting employees now in many companies. So you have to be more tolerant of what employees want to do. And employees have now tasted the idea that you can work at home a couple of days a week or you can work remotely. And in the whole, I think this is changing the way people will work for quite some time into the future. Airbnb is taking advantage of that because it's providing homes or other apartments to people who can take away a week or a month or more from their place where they actually are supposed to be in the office working.
David, yesterday the announcement of the death after, I believe, a 10-year battle, real illness for Michael Price, the great value investor. He used to wear his Yankees ring just to aggravate me on set. Tell our audience worldwide this complete class act, Michael Price.
Michael Price is one of the best value investors the country's ever seen. Obviously, Warren Buffett is probably the class of all value investors. Michael Price was trained by somebody else. Michael Price took over a firm many years ago from a mentor and built it into a powerhouse and became not only a great philanthropist, but a good sports fan, as you know, from his stake in the New York Yankees.
And what was important here was the grace of it. In this modern day, the snark of the modern day, we've lost the grace that you would see of a Michael Price or John Templeton and the others.
Both John Templeton and Michael Price didn't brag about themselves very much.
Not at all.
Relatively modest people.
Yeah.
And Michael Price wasn't a headline person. Most people in the investment world probably didn't even know him. And outside the investment world, probably very few knew him. But he was seen as a class act, a smart person, and he was very, very philanthropic.
David Rubenstein, thank you for joining us. Look forward to speaking to you, particularly on Russia. Again, of course, the Airbnb CEO tonight, the David Rubenstein Show, peer-to-peer conversations at 9 p.m. We are upon, in 7 minutes, Lisa, a most historic moment to see in Washington.
President Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine addressing both houses of Congress, trying to get support, possibly for a no-fly zone, possibly for more aids, possibly for drones. These are some of the things that we're going to be looking for. Just to bring you some headlines, Turkey saying that Russia and Turkey are friends, but also saying their priority right now is some sort of ceasefire in Mariupol in order to evacuate civilians, and that has been a big issue. Turkey's trying to speak with both sides. Who is going to be the mediator has been a big question as China tries to throw their ring in the hat as well.
Well, Turkey is, of course, talking to both sides with the power of the strait that they control at Istanbul, and of course they've shut that down to a general sense of traffic. I would also, again, look to the Lavrov headline of a moment ago. For radio, Russia seeks Ukraine demilitarization, denazification, and that brought this market to a pause.
How does that correlate with this idea of being neutral and having their own protective army, right? It doesn't, which means, are these talks really realistic?
And I think that it's got to be the headline of the day amidst the constructive tone we have seen built through the day while witnessing the horror of war in Ukraine. We will move forward on radio and television with this moment in Washington, harkening back to Churchill in 1941, Zelensky's speech to Washington, and our team will be with you on radio and on television. Please stay with us. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Welcome back to another special BNP Paribas Open update for Bloomberg TV and radio from Tennis Channel. I'm Erin Coscarelli. Madison Keys eased into the quarterfinals in the desert with an impressive straight sets win over Harriet Dart. The 27-year-old was always in control against the Brit, dropping just 5 games in a victory that took just over an hour.
I definitely think having such a great game to break after having a couple of opportunities early in the second set and not capitalizing on them, and then just being able to serve it out. And obviously I was a little bit nervous, but being able to do it pretty straightforwardly was probably the good part.
Later, John Isner overpowered Argentina's Diego Schwartzman on his way to the round of 16. 13 aces and 2 breaks, enough for the American to advance as he looks for his first title of 2022. And don't forget, Tennis Channel's extensive daily live coverage from Indian Wells starts at 1 p.m. Eastern.
When you think space, you probably think one space agency that travels under the radar is ESA, which is surprising considering what the European Space Agency has achieved and how vital it is to the global space industry.
We've collaborated with pretty much everybody who is involved in space exploration.
ESA wants to be a leading force in furthering humanity's mission into space.
Commander Ground, do you copy? Copy.
If we want to have successful human missions to Mars, we are going to have to learn to live and work off-world in a different way. The place where we are going to learn to do that is on the moon.
Can ESA help humanity take its next giant leap?
So it's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
The Fed decision just around the corner from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. With equity futures positive, almost 1%. The countdown to the open starts right now.
Everything you need to get set for the start of U.S. trading. This is Bloomberg, The Open, with Jonathan Farrow.
Live from New York City, we begin with the big issue, a president's plea. President Zelensky of Ukraine set to deliver a rare wartime address to U.S. lawmakers any moment as Russia continues to attack Ukraine. Team coverage through this morning with Bloomberg's Anne-Marie in Washington, Maria Tadeo in Brussels. AMH, in just a moment, we'll get an introduction from Speaker Pelosi before President Zelensky speaks. What will the request be in this address?
Jonathan, the ask is going to be very clear. He wants the United States and others like NATO members to shut the skies over Ukraine. He's going to likely call for a no-fly zone, and if the United States is not willing to do that, then he wants more arms, notably fighter jets. Those fighter jets, that's been a big controversial debate here on Capitol Hill with the administration coming from Poland. This is going to be his main ask. But Jonathan, we should also note, last time he zoomed in with a number of lawmakers, they really ratcheted up the pressure on the Biden administration. And just following after this speech from President Volodymyr Zelensky to Congress, which we should note is going to be incredibly emotional, the President of the United States is also going to address the American people about Ukraine.
Does he have the support of Congress on the issues that you just laid out?
On the first issue, in terms of a no-fly zone, that is going to be incredibly hard. There is a bit of bipartisan support that line up with the administration that a no-fly zone would basically mean an escalatory presence. This would create conflict potentially directly between the United States and Russia. President Biden has called that, quote, World War III. So that likely will not be able to move the needle. But Jonathan, on the second issue, on fighter jets, he has Republican support.
Maria, I want to come to you. Earlier this morning, there was a hope that perhaps we were moving in the right direction. Talks between Russia and Ukraine on neutrality, the concept of neutrality. Can you run us through what we've heard so far this morning from both sides?
Yeah, and Jonathan, you saw that very much reflected in the European equity session. But again, we have to be very careful here because the idea of neutrality at one point, it just means everything and anything. And it means one thing for the Russians, but something very different for Ukrainians. Now, earlier in the day, of course, we did hear from the Russian government suggesting that an option like neutral status, similar to Sweden or Austria, which means you're not part of NATO, but you do get to keep an army, would be something the Russians could work with. Immediately after, the Ukrainians said, not so fast. This is not something that we would agree on just like that. We need more time to debate what we want. And another thing important to note here is that for Ukrainians, when they talk about neutral status with security guarantees, they don't just want to hear from the Russians. They do not trust Vladimir Putin. They're at war with the Russians as we speak. They want an agreement that would be almost global, that would entail and bring in all the big powers of the world. They talk about neighbor countries. They talk about Turkey. They talk about the European Union and, of course, the United States. So this idea of neutral status, this is a very, very thorny path for the two of them. And we should note that for the past 2 weeks, the track record is not good for Russia. They say one thing, but in reality, they do something very different. And we see that in places like Mariupol. The situation there continues to be tragic for people. Kyiv is in now a 36-hour lockdown. Nobody's able to go out on the streets because the capital of Ukraine is preparing for an assault from Russian troops.
If you're just tuning in, we're looking at a packed-out hall, the Capitol Visitor Center Congressional Auditorium, waiting for Speaker Pelosi to walk up to that podium, walk us through an introduction, then we'll hear from President Zelensky. Just on the talks, AMH, this from Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov moments ago, Russia seeking Ukraine's demilitarization, denazification. That's the tone, exactly the tone we saw when Russia first started this invasion. Can we really sit here and conclude and say that talks are moving in the right direction if we're still hearing that kind of language from the Russian foreign minister?
It's incredibly difficult, especially, Jonathan, we should note, leading up to the invasion, when the United States was sharing all of this intelligence with its European partners and the world, Russia maintained a position that they had zero plans, no plans to invade Ukraine. This is why it is very difficult at times to take what the Kremlin is saying or Sergei Lavrov is saying really at firsthand value, because we've seen them do this in the past, just weeks ago, and it was actually false. So that is why that really shapes the tone of these diplomatic talks, Jonathan. So it is difficult, as Maria is talking about as well, not just the fact that they don't always match what they've said in terms of the rhetoric coming out of the Kremlin, but also the actions on the ground. Jonathan, that has not changed. And those examples, what is going on in Kiev, what is going on in Mariupol, the bombing of the military center, training facility near the Polish border, these are the moments, this color, President Volodymyr Zelensky sitting in Kiev is going to bring to Congress today.
Speaker Pelosi just taking to the stage. AMH, let's listen in.
Mr. President. Good morning, Madam Ambassador, who is with us this morning. Madam Ambassador. Ambassador Makarova. Mr. President, it is my honor to present to you the Congress of the United States, which has great respect and admiration and appreciation for your courageous leadership. Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky. Slava Ukraina! Slava Ukraina!
Glory to heroes.
My colleagues, Slava Ukraina! Slava Ukraina!
Glory to heroes. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, members of the Congress, ladies and gentlemen, Americans, friends, I'm proud to greet you from Ukraine, from our capital city of Kyiv, a city that is under missile and airstrikes from Russian troops every day. But it doesn't give up. And we have not even thought about it for a second. Just like many other cities and communities in our beautiful country, which found themselves in the worst war since World War II. I have the honor to greet you on behalf of the Ukrainian people, brave and freedom-loving people who for 8 years have been resisting the Russian aggression. Those who give their best sons and daughters to stop this full-scale Russian invasion. Right now, the destiny of our country is being decided. The destiny of our people, whether Ukrainians will be free, whether they will be able to preserve their democracy. Russia has attacked not just us, not just our land, not just our cities. It went on a brutal offensive against our values, basic human values. It threw tanks and planes against our freedom, against our right to live freely in our own country, choosing our own future, against our desire for happiness, against our national dreams, just like the same dreams you have, you Americans, just like anyone else in the United States. I remember your national memorial in Rushmore, the faces of your prominent presidents, those who laid the foundation of the United States of America as it is today, democracy, independence, freedom, and care for everyone, for every person, for everyone who works diligently, who lives honestly, who respects the law. We in Ukraine want the same for our people. All that is normal part of your own life. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, Americans, in your great history, you have pages that would allow you to understand Ukrainians, understand us now, when you need it right now, when we need you right now. Remember Pearl Harbor, terrible morning of December 7, 1941, when your sky was black from the planes attacking you. Just remember it. Remember September the 11th, a terrible day in 2001 when evil tried to turn your cities, independent territories, in battlefields, when innocent people were attacked from air. Yes, just like no one else expected it. You could not stop it. Our country experience the same every day, right now, at this moment, every night, for 3 weeks now. Various Ukrainian cities, Odessa and Kharkiv, Chernihiv and Sumy, Zhytomyr and Lviv, Mariupol and Dnipro. Russia has turned the Ukrainian sky into a source of death for thousands of people. Russian troops have already fired nearly 1,000 missiles at Ukraine, countless bombs. They use drones to kill us with precision. This is a terror that Europe has not seen for 80 years, and we are asking for a reply, for an answer to this terror from the whole world. Is this a lot to ask for, to create a no-fly zone over Ukraine to save people? Is this too much to ask? Humanitarian no-fly zone, something that that Russia would not be able to terrorize our free cities. If this is too much to ask, we offer an alternative. You know what kind of defense systems we need, S-300 and other similar systems. You know how much depends on the battlefield, on the ability to use aircraft, powerful, strong air aviation to protect our people, our freedom, our land, aircraft that can help Ukraine, help Europe. And you know that they exist and you have them, but they are on earth, not in Ukraine, in the Ukrainian sky. They do not defend our people. I have a dream. These words are known to each of you today. I can say, I have a need. I need to protect our sky. I need your decision, your help, which means exactly the same you feel when you hear the words, I have a dream. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, Ukraine is grateful to the United States for its overwhelming support, for everything that your government and your people have done for us, for weapons and ammunition, for training, for finances, for leadership in the free world, which helps us to pressure the aggressor economically. I'm grateful to President Biden for his personal involvement, for his sincere commitment to the defense of Ukraine and democracy all over the world. I am grateful to you for the resolution which recognizes all those who commit crimes against Ukraine, against the Ukrainian people as war criminals. However, now, it is true, in the darkest time for our country, for the whole Europe, I call on you to do more. New packages of sanctions are needed constantly, every week, until the Russian military machine stops. Restrictions are needed for everyone on whom this unjust regime is based. We propose that the United States sanctions all politicians in the Russian Federation who remain in their offices and do not cut ties with those who are responsible for the aggression against Ukraine. From State Duma's members, to the last official who has lack of morale to break the state terror. All American companies must leave Russia from their market, leave their market immediately, because it is flooded with our blood. Ladies and gentlemen, members of Congress, please take the lead. If you have companies in your districts who finance the Russian military machine leaving business in Russia, you should put pressure. I am asking to make sure that the Russians do not receive a single penny that they use to destroy people in Ukraine. The destruction of our country, the destruction of Europe. All American ports should be closed for Russian goods. Peace is more important than income, and we have to defend this principle in the whole world. We already became part of the anti-war coalition, a big anti-war coalition that unites many countries, dozens of countries, those who reacted to, in principle, to President Putin's decision to invade our country. But we need to move on and do more. We need to create new tools to respond quickly and stop the war, the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, which began on February 24th. And it would be fair if it ended in a day, in 24 hours, that evil would be punished immediately. Today, the world does not have such tools. The war of the past have prompted our predecessors to create institutions that should protect us from war. But they, unfortunately, don't work. We see it, you see it, so we need new ones, new institutions, new alliances, and we offer them. We propose to create an association, U24, United for Peace, a union of responsible countries that have the strength and consciousness to stop conflicts immediately, provide all the necessary assistance in 24 hours, if necessary, even weapons, if necessary, sanctions, humanitarian support, political support, finances, everything you need to keep the peace and quickly save the world, to save lives. In addition, such association, such union could provide assistance to those who are experiencing natural disasters, man-made disasters, who fell victims to humanitarian crisis or epidemics. Remember how difficult it was for the world to do the simplest thing, just to give vaccines against COVID to save lives, to prevent new strains. The world spent months, years doing things like that, much faster, to make sure there are no human losses, no victims. Ladies and gentlemen, Americans, if such alliance would exist today, that is U24, we would be able to save thousands of lives in our country. In many countries of the world, those who need peace, those who suffer inhumane destruction. I ask you to watch one video of what the Russian troops did in our country, in our land. We have to stop it. We must prevent it, preventively destroy every single aggressor who seeks to subjugate other nations. Please watch the video.
And in the end, to sum it up, today it's not enough to be the leader of the nation. Today it takes to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace. Peace in your country doesn't depend anymore only on you and your people. It depends on those next to you, on those who are strong. Strong doesn't mean weak. Strong is brave and ready to fight for the life of his citizens and citizens of the world, for human rights, for freedom, for the right to live decently and to die when your time comes, and not when it's wanted by someone else, by your neighbor. Today, the Ukrainian people are defending not only Ukraine, we are fighting for the values of Europe and the world, sacrificing our lives in the name of the future. That's why today the American people are helping not just Ukraine, but Europe and the world to keep the planet alive, to keep justice in history. Now I'm almost 45 years old. Today my age stopped when the hearts of more than 100 children stopped beating. I see no sense in life if it cannot stop the death. And this is my main mission as the leader of my people, great Ukrainians. And as the leader of my nation, I am addressing the President Biden. You are the leader of the nation, of your great nation. I wish you to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Glory to Ukraine.
For your support.
A standing ovation for the leader of Ukraine. His words, right now the destiny of our country is being decided. I have a dream, I have a need, I need to protect our sky. A deeply emotional video closed with this line, close the sky over Ukraine. He ended that speech in English. He addressed the President of the United States. I wish for you to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means being the leader of peace. Joining us now, Anne-Marie down in Washington, D.C., Maria Tadeo in Brussels. AMH, more sanctions are needed. 1, 2, close the sky over Ukraine. What can this White House deliver?
Yeah, Jonathan, that emotional speech there with a video as well showing the destruction on the ground of what is going on. And I think that's really going to stick with individuals here at the Hill. I think everyone's hearts and minds are with the people of Ukraine right now. But the end of that speech, Jonathan, just a black slate, close the skies. He called for two things, and very interesting, the nuance of his language. He obviously called, again, renewed call for a no-fly zone. And then he said, if you cannot do that, though, give us the defense. Give us what we need in order to be able to protect our skies ourselves.
Maria, let me turn to you. More sanctions are needed. How would this resonate with the Europeans today?
Well, Jonathan, of course, it was very clear that they were going to ask for this. Again, as Anne-Marie said, is what Ukraine has been asking for weeks now. More sanctions, more economic pressure, shut down pretty much every infrastructure. That also means here in Europe, including ports and similar infrastructure when it comes to doing any trade or business with Russia. Of course, very powerful speech. Here's the thing, Jonathan. We've heard this repeatedly from Zelensky. This is someone who worked as an actor, who knows how to work a crowd. This thing had the whole package, Slava Ukraina, turning into English at the end of this, and is very much or very similar to the message that he's delivered to Europe. Now, The issue here, of course, is that at least when it comes to the European Union, there are already divisions in terms of the sanctions. There is sanction fatigue in a number of countries. The fear, first we need to take a look at what's happening and look at the scale of the damage, and then we can talk about more sanctions. And you have the Eastern Europeans, of course, who feel this is almost a personal story for them, that want to go big on Russia and increase the pressure on the energy imports. But the reality is, Jonathan, the big package that Europe could put forward has to do with Russian oil and gas, and for the time being, there is no consensus around that.
Anne-Marie, next stop, I guess, is for the President of the United States to reply to this. How do you expect him to respond?
Well, we already know that he's going to be announcing more of that military aid, Jonathan, after he signed off on the budget yesterday, and that budget included $13 billion going to Ukraine. But obviously, he's going to have to address this elephant in the room because you have President Volodymyr Zelensky directly asking Congress to close the skies. And he's given them two options. I think it was very interesting and telling how he worded that. If you cannot give me a no-fly zone, then at least give me the materials to be able to protect the skies in Ukraine. That is something that already was getting a lot of Republican support. And potentially this speech is going to put a lot more pressure on Republicans to then put that pressure on in the White House.
Anne-Marie, thank you. Down in Washington, alongside Maria Tadeo in Brussels today. Joining us now, Morgan Stanley's Jim Karen, PIMCO's Aaron Brown, and Jim Bianco of Bianco Research. Jim, I want to come to you. How the events unfolding before us in Europe, in Ukraine, and this relationship that Russia has with the rest of the world, I'm not sure we can call it that anymore because there's not much of one, bar China. Jim, how does this set the stage for a Federal Reserve that somehow has got to make a forecast about what the future looks like in the US economy and for the world too?
Oh, it's going to be extraordinarily difficult for the Fed to try and figure out what they're going to go next. But the overriding thing that the Fed is going to focus on, I think, is going to be inflation. They've made it very clear that that is their priority right now. A growth, financial stability might have to take a back seat to it. And I think that the Fed is going to probably make the case that they're going to raise rates and continue to raise rates until inflation moderates. And if the economy has to stumble, as Chairman Powell said in testimony 2 weeks ago, history will show that they're ready to potentially put the economy into recession. I don't think a lot of investors are ready for that or want to hear that, but I think they've made that very clear.
Look at this banner, Jim Karen, that we're running right now. And I'm not criticizing the team at all whatsoever. This is a summary of the way markets are priced this morning and what people are saying about markets. This idea that talks between Ukraine and Russia are going well, try and reconcile that with the words of the Ukrainian president in the last 10 minutes, Jim.
Yeah, there's clearly a disconnect. I mean, you know, what's happening on the ground in the Ukraine, as we've seen just now, is a complete tragedy. The markets are focused on, though, any marginal differences that they can really just hang on to. So in a bad situation, if things are getting marginally better, that shows that the delta is starting to change effectively towards, you know, hopefully towards a brighter future. And that maybe this kind of a speech, this kind of a plea, maybe the upside in the futures markets and in the markets are maybe suggesting that, you know, Russia's hearing this loud and clear, and they're realizing potentially that, you know, the world is really against them on this stage. You know, when we think about the Fed, though, I think that we have to understand their policy reaction function, and their policy reaction function is very clear. And it's basically that they need to keep inflation expectations anchored. So while this event is taking place, this tragic event, it is also creating a supply shock in the markets that's creating higher energy prices and higher inflation. And they need to address that, again, to keep inflation expectations anchored. And I can't stress that enough. So that's where I think the Fed's mind is right now.
Jim Karen, Jim Bianco, with us through the opening bell. Aaron Brown of PIMCO with us too. Going into that, futures are elevated, up by 1.28% on the NASDAQ. On the S&P, up about 1%. If you get to the bond market, yield shaping up as follows on a 10-year yield going into the Federal Reserve decision a little bit later. 216, yields up a couple of basis points. Euro-dollar firmer, approaching 110 through that level earlier, back down to 109.91. That currency pair up a third of 1%. And crude all over the place, 98.20 on WTI, up 1.8%. Somehow, this Fed's got to make a decision today. We imagine they're going to be raising interest rates. From there, it's pretty simple, isn't it, Mike McKee? From there, you lift your forecast for inflation, drop your forecast for growth, and somehow tell me where the dot plot's going to be and where rates will be this year, next year, and the year after that.
Very simple, at least for the very short term, from maybe 2 o'clock to about 2:30 this afternoon. 25 basis point rate increase in the cards. That's going to happen. Then we get the new summary of economic projections and the new dot plot, and those are going to be very important in forming market expectations for what the Fed is going to do ahead. Now, the question is, what are they going to do ahead? And you look at the dot plot, and we've shown this before, you see that the market priced in less in tightening after the December meeting. They're pricing in a lot more now ahead of this March meeting. How far does the Fed go in that direction? That's going to be the kind of key question for people today. But can Jay Powell answer that? That's going to be the question for him at the news conference at 2:30. Can he tell us what Jim Caron was referring to, their real reaction function? I mean, what's going to make them move? How do they incorporate the war and what it may or may not do? And can they pull all this off? You go back to history and you look at the Fed trying to tighten, and almost every time we end up in recession. Larry Summers made the case in the Washington Post today that what you're going to get is higher unemployment. That always happens when the Fed goes into a tightening cycle, except for that one in 1994. Every other time. So the Fed is going to put people out of work. How far do they have to go as far as recession to bring inflation down?
Mike McKee, thank you. Aaron Brown, you get that one. Typically over the last 10 years, the more we price in for the Fed, the less they're able to do. Spreads are wider, equities are lower, they back away. Is this time different?
No, I don't think this time is different. I do think, though, that the rate hiking cycle is complicated by inflation that we haven't seen, certainly in recent history. And so the Fed is trying to really walk that fine line by not tipping the economy over into a recession, but at the same time keeping inflation contained and bringing inflation down from very high levels. I think what's important to watch today are two things. One is, what is that terminal rate that the Fed is projecting? How much higher is that terminal rate relative to neutral rates? Remember, the Fed has said that neutral rates is at about 2.5%. So whether or not they really bring that terminal rate meaningfully above 2.5% is something that the market's going to be really focused on. The other thing to watch for market practitioners is what happens to the yield curve. Right now, we're going into the meeting at about 30 basis points. How that yield curve trades in 2s, 10s is going to be very important as a recessionary indicator for the market. And so as we start to see that move lower, close to zero and through zero, and eventually invert, that's going to be the key that the market's focused on, because typically 1 to 3 years after curve inversion is when the Fed rolls over into a recession.
Two pieces to that comment. Let's pick up on the first one, where the dot's head. Jim, I'm going to come to you on that and pick out, let's say, the 24 dot. The 24 dot right now is at 2.1%. Jim Caron, I caught up with Bill Dudley, the former New York Fed president, some weeks ago about this dot plot. He said they're in fantasy land. How far north does that dot need to go?
Yeah, I think it needs to go considerably higher. I think that the dots are going to start to show that that the Fed is probably likely to get up to that 2.5% terminal rate, and the market expectations are, much of the consensus of forecasters are expecting that the terminal Fed funds rate is between 2.5% and 2.75%. There's a big disconnect because the market is actually pricing that it's just over 2%. So essentially, I think there's going to be an upgrade in their inflation forecast for core PCE and for headline PCE. Headline PCE running somewhere around 2.6% from the last summary of economic projections is probably going to be boosted up to about 4 to 5%. And core PCE is going to be boosted up to probably 3% or slightly above for the end of 2022. Now, this is interesting because these numbers are above their stated target of inflation, say 2 to 2.5%. So the whole key here is that if we're going to be above target, shouldn't the Fed do more to bring inflation back down to target? And if they don't do more, then what they're basically telling us is that they're going to allow the economy to still run hot and let these inflation pressures build for a while longer. Again, because I think it's temporary and it's driven by a supply shock.
Within the forecast, will we see an implied restrictive Fed? Jim Bianco, you sent me a message earlier this week. I read them all. You said, remember that exchange with Senator Richard Shelby? Are you prepared to do what it takes to get inflation under control? Powell said, I hope history will record that answer to your question is yes. Jim Bianco, Are we really going to see anything close to Volcker today?
I don't know if we're going to see it today, but I think that the Fed is going to be on that path. I do believe that there's been a rethink at the Fed and that their priority, as I said before, is inflation. And they're not going to shy away from being aggressive in dealing with higher prices, especially when it comes to the political aspects of higher prices moving higher. The March CPI number is going to be another blowout number on the upside because of the rise in gasoline prices for the month alone, not to mention agricultural prices as well, too. But over time, I think they're going to, Powell will go back to what he said in December when he was asked about raising rates aggressively, and he pointed out in the JOLTS report, there's 4.5 million more jobs available than there are unemployed. That implies he can get really aggressive without worrying about creating that unemployment that Larry Summers fretted about today. That's, in their mind, that's a ways off, and they can really start going because I do believe it's all about inflation and growth takes a back seat.
6 minutes into the session, ahead of this decision, the equity market advances up more than 1% on the S&P and the Nasdaq up 1.6%. With your movers around the open, here's Abby.
Well, John, we are having this second day of a rebound rally. The S&P 500 gained 3% over the last 2 days, the best 2 days in 3 weeks, and it's a broad-based rally. One of the top stocks for the S&P 500 is Apple, up also for a second day as buy the dippers come out, even with rates higher. And of course, rates higher, that's helping out the banks. JP Morgan up 1.9%. And of course, we have that monster rally in China. The Hang Seng up more than 9%, its best day since 2008. Las Vegas Sands, the casino operator, more than 70% of their operation, their revenue comes from Macau. That stock up 8%. But take a look at Alibaba, some of these other tech ADRs. Those are the real winners in the tech rally. Alibaba this morning up 15.44%, of course, after that more than 70% drop. But the question is that a real buy the dip for the long-term rebound, John? We'll find out.
Abby, thank you. Earlier on this morning, literally 30 minutes ago, we had an emotional plea from Ukraine's leader for more help on the military front. Interfax reporting the following just moments ago. Russia asking the US to stop weapons supply to Ukraine in a call. That coming from Interfax, that Russia asked US to stop weapons supply to Ukraine in a call, and that line comes just moments after we heard from Ukraine's leader. Vladimir Putin, according to TASS, saying the following: Ukraine operation successful and in line with plans. Still calling it an operation, the rest of the world calling it an invasion. Ukraine operation successful and in line with plans. The word from the Russian president just moments ago. Big move in this equity market through much of this week. At one point, the Nasdaq 100 closed in a bear market, and then we had a big bounce back. With that bounce, here's Kaylee.
Drama, John. It's nothing new for this year, but it really has been quite a turnaround for technology in particular. Granted, the gains of yesterday only go so far to help recover the losses that the Nasdaq 100 has seen this year. It's still off 16% on a year-to-date basis, as we've seen this really dramatic rotation out of technology and growth names into value. But that was not the case yesterday. It wasn't just the Nasdaq that was moving. The S&P Growth Index actually had its best day relative to its value counterpart. The third time we've seen it moving by a margin of 1.5% of outperformance in the last 3 weeks, though obviously, as we can see on this chart, that hasn't been consistent throughout the year. Another point I would make about yesterday, the only sector that actually ended the day in negative territory was energy. Of course, a classic value play, down because oil was down and down hard. WTI back below $100 a barrel, more than 20% off of its recent peak, north of 120 just on March 8th. So yes, in a technical bear market in the span of just about a week, even though it's still up some 30% on the year. And since that March 8th peak, we have seen some big losses for energy companies as well. The biggest losers since then, Schlumberger and Exxon, each down some 12%, and other big North American shale players like Marathon, Coterra, Devon, and Diamondback, all among the big laggards as well, John.
Kaylee, thank you. This bounce in tech continues at 1.7% on information technology in the early part of this session, at 1.4% on the S&P. Aaron Brown, any reason to believe that's the direction of this equity market you should be leaning?
Right now, I think that the outlook is pretty unclear for equities, and I think that while the market's pricing in about 40% equity, sort of recession risk going into the end of 2022, it's still pretty early, and I think that the outlook is going to remain pretty volatile. That said, I think there's been some really high-quality companies that have been, trading and hit pretty hard as a result of the conflict and, the risk of recession moving higher. And I think that it is time to start dipping your toe into certain sectors of the economy that have sold off, and will continue to do well, I think, because of the quality. But I do think that overall for the market, until we get more clarity with regards to the conflict and more certainty about the outlook for the U.S. economy, I do think that the environment is going to remain exceptionally choppy. That said, again, I think looking for quality within portfolios makes a lot of sense right now. And there are some really good high free cash flow generating companies that have been, trading down in excess of 10% that offer real value here.
A ton of news this morning, so I appreciate the patience of all three of you as we work through some of this. Jim Bianco, the final word goes to you, sir. This line here, the LME says electronic trading in nickel to reopen at 2 p.m. Jim, I know you've got things to say about this. Here's your opportunity.
Yeah, it's unfortunate what's happening with the LME and that the way that they've been changing their rules and bending their rules for the benefit of a few at the expense of many. And it's a broader problem in the commodity markets right now that quite frankly, they're pretty dysfunctional in the way that they're trading. And that's what you're seeing, in the headline one with crude oil as well, too. I hope that over the next couple of weeks or months, we're going to start to see some normality return to those markets and maybe some confidence that when you do a trade in those markets, that trade stands and that they won't come back and cancel it because it is inconvenient for other players that we had prices at levels that they didn't want.
Jim Bianco of Bianco Research, Jim Caron of Morgan Stanley, Aaron Brown of PIMCO, to the three of you, thank you. We heard from Zelensky a little bit earlier this morning. Vladimir Putin right now on a televised meeting with officials saying the following: we will not let Ukraine become a base for attacks on Russia. The Russian president's words just moments ago. Earlier on this morning, Ukraine's Zelensky making an emotional plea to President Biden to do more.
I wish you to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace.
That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Front Row, exclusive interviews with the most influential figures in finance. Lloyd Blankfein.
Deflation is a terrible thing. Inflation you could tolerate.
Kathy Wood.
Tesla will be in the pole position to dominate.
Jeremy Grantham.
We've had a very, very abnormal honeymoon Goldilocks period.
First available on the Bloomberg Terminal, then on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg.com. Front Row, the best seats in the house for business's greatest minds.
We know that it's highly transmissible. We know that 2 doses of vaccines, Pfizer vaccines specifically, neutralize the virus, but not as efficiently because various studies showing that reduction up to 40-fold, meaning that a 3rd dose is a must for it to successfully neutralize the variant. What we don't know is still that what are the effects of mix and matching between vaccines and what are the capabilities of antibodies produced from this mix and matching in neutralizing Omicron. Because as we know, many parts of the world use different types of vaccines. And that would be a great data to look at. It will be also great to look at, because majority of the studies done uses a small sample number. And most of the time, when you translate it to real world, the data changes. So it will be really good to look at large-scale data of the ability of antibodies from vaccines to neutralize this variant. Grateful here today that the virus, Omicron variant, still uses ACE2 receptor as its main entry. It means that all of the vaccines which are designed with spike in mind still works. Imagine if it uses a different receptor other than ACE2. None of the vaccines would work today. So I think that is the best news that we got from all these studies which came recently, the past couple of days.
the leader of my nation, I'm addressing the President Biden. You are the leader of the nation, of your great nation. I wish you to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace.
A deeply emotional plea from a wartime president before Congress in the last hour, asking for the US to help them close the skies, asking for more sanctions. The sanctions already hitting Russia, Russia teetering on the brink of default with $2 bond payments coming due today. Fitch Ratings saying the following: the payment in local currency of Russia's US dollar-euro bond coupons due on March 16th today would, if it were to occur, constitute a sovereign default on expiry of the 30-day grace period. For more, I want to bring in Damien Sassour. Damien, you and I have talked about two issues all week. One was this one: what currency would they try and pay it in? And two, what would happen if they tried to pay it, but the money didn't actually reach the end investor?
And Jonathan, that's exactly what the Russian finance minister Sulanov is expressing he's trying to do. He's trying to make payments in dollars, but because Euroclear and Clearstream have effectively blocked all transactions, he can't do so. So what they've tried to do is create these Type C accounts, which investors can open in order to take receipt of funds. But again, these are Russian accounts that are effectively blocked from doing any transaction. So you couldn't get your dollars out of Russia anyway. So far be it for me to decide whether or not a best effort case on the part of Russia to make payment constitutes a default, given the logjam we're seeing. That's not my call, but for all intents and purposes, if you just look at other Russian corporates like GTLK, March 10th, they had a coupon payment of I think 14 million owed. They finally just made payment today. So, Russian corporates like Gazprom, like Rosneft, Russian railways, they are making payments to their dollar creditors as it stands. No one has defaulted. But the key element here is they want to see their central bank reserve assets unblocked in order for them to start doing that. And I just don't see that happening, especially after Zelensky's case today in front of Congress and all that's going on and the war repatriations that have come hand in hand with that.
Damien, traditional metrics just don't apply anymore. Typically, we'd think about ability to pay or willingness to pay. On the ability to pay, they're saying they have the ability, they just can't access the money because the reserves have been sanctioned. On the willingness, they're telling us this morning they're trying. And still, the end investor doesn't get the cash.
Yeah, well, I mean, willingness takes on a whole different meaning when you're in this environment, right, Jonathan? Willingness might very well mean they need to pull out of Ukraine in order for their, central bank assets to be unfrozen so that they can actually make payments and return to the international community. That is not happening, and it's certainly not happening anytime soon, and it's certainly, in Jonathan, in my mind, not happening within the 30-day grace period.
All these talks continue between Russia and Ukraine. Another headline from Ukraine calling for a ceasefire, a withdrawal of Russian troops at the same time. Talks, I'm told earlier this morning, Damien, maybe a breakthrough on the issue of neutrality. Then China came out the gate. Yeah. And we got a massive lift. That verbal intervention, walk through it for me. How important was that step that we got? Just a couple of words will basically do what we need to do.
Well, Liu He, who, as you know, runs the Financial Stability Board in China, it's the highest-ranking economic committee, basically addressed all four major concerns held by foreign investors in China. I mean, they addressed the property sector, they addressed the crackdown on big tech, they addressed the ADR issue here in the U.S., they addressed, stability in capital markets by hitting on all four of those buttons all at the same time. They had never done that before. So yes, it is significant, but at the end of the day, there's no conditions attached. There's no policies attached to that. We don't know how China is going to create additional stability in the capital markets. And so it all really goes out the door in my time. Again, if you look at what happened, it was the move into dollar yuan. I mean, look, we saw the stock market crashing. We've seen that before, but it was the move in dollar yuan that caught everyone's attention. And given all of the foreign investment we've seen over the better part of the last 3.5, 4 years into China, I think that's what irked them the most. And I see, I don't want to say plunge protection team again, Jonathan, but
yeah, well,
it smells a lot like that.
I was thinking that this morning. Damien, just quickly, what do you think's easier? To forecast the Chinese equity market or crude? Which one?
Oh my God, I think the Chinese equity market is probably a little bit easier. I mean, crude, again, I said this on the record before, that is a man's contract. I stay away from them.
Here we go. Should we get to a man right now? Javier Blas of Bloomberg. Javier, explain to me how a couple of Sundays ago we were looking at 140 on Brent and now we're looking at 100.
Can I not talk about the Chinese equity market
We can do that instead. We can do that instead. Talk about crude, Javier.
Crude, a couple of things have changed since the last 10 days. One is COVID in China, and we are beginning to see signs that Chinese drivers are not hitting the road, and that is really spooking the oil market. Also, the potential of an Iran nuclear deal is increasing. We are seeing the release of some Iranian deal coming. So we may have a bit of lower demand, we may have a bit of extra supply, and that is comforting a bit the market. And there is a lot of the plumbing of the commodity market is simply not enough credit for every commodity trader to play in the market right now. Everyone has taken risk off simply because they were spooked by margin calls in particular, and that is really keeping the market a bit lower than we were a week ago.
Javier, just quickly in about 30 seconds if you can, given the new price limits on, say, the LME on nickel, how messy is it, and how long will it take to sort out because of just that, their new rules?
Well, it's going to take a few days. I will not be surprised that we had a full week, all the days hitting the limits. But the LME is trying to widen the price limits at the moment. It's only 5%, and the LME is trying to increase that so we can reach a market price in a fewer days that otherwise will take. If not, it's going to take probably at least a week.
Jim Bianco of Bianco Research with some strong words, strong thoughts on this topic. Javier, great to catch up, buddy. The harder job versus, say, Damien Sassa, who just has to work out what constitutes a default on Russian debt if they pay and it doesn't reach the investors. I think it's pretty complex all round. Damien, Javier, thank you. The President of the United States, 11:45. He will deliver remarks on Ukraine. Look out for that. Want to get you some sector price action. Here's Kriti Gupta.
Yeah, good morning, John. Let's see a pretty broad rally this morning. You are seeing a lot of green on the screen. The only sector in the red is going to be those utilities, financials, information technology on the top. And you can see a lot of that has to do with higher yields in anticipation of the Fed later today, but also information technology really thriving off of those comments from China. You just talked to Damien about it. The idea that more capital liquidity is being brought into the system, which of course affects those supply chains, semiconductor stocks, Apple, Microsoft, those are all helping the bid today. That being said, let's talk about what's moving to the downside. And that, of course, is going to be your defense stocks. Lockheed Martin is a major move to the downside. As we know that in the past couple of weeks, you have seen those defense stocks really rally. But today, Lockheed Martin actually getting some reporting that the Pentagon is only going to increase their F-35 purchases by 61 jets. That is 33 less than expected. And on top of that, potential talks between Russia and Ukraine pressuring that sector, John.
Kriti, thank you. We've talked a lot about Ukraine's perspective, Russia's. Here it is, Vladimir Putin. Russia is fighting for its sovereignty and its future as they invade another country, and the leader of the other country is pleading for help from the United States. We'll hear from the president a little bit later. A lot more on that trading diary next.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
Crypto, you have a world of young people that want their own financial system and their own culture. And it is very powerful, and I'm a big believer in it.
26 minutes into your trading day, up 1.4% on the S&P, on the Nasdaq up 2 percentage points. A rally going into the Fed decision a little bit later. That's the price action. Here's the trading diary. Coming up before that, President Biden on Ukraine, 11:45 Eastern. We'll take that for you. Russia's coupon payments on $2 bonds due today. Plus, it's a big week for central banks. The Fed kicking it off. A rate decision at 2 p.m. A news conference shortly after that. Then it's the Bank of England's turn. Alongside the ECB, we'll hear from Lagarde. And finally, rounding out the week with decisions from the Bank of Russia and the Bank of Japan. From New York, this was the countdown to the open. This is Bloomberg.
If you do any kind of business in this country, there's a pretty good chance that you're going to see that business registered in Delaware. Why? Because that's where you do it. And our point was Wyoming can be that venue for blockchain enterprise, for crypto.
It's not the Wyoming way to sit around and wait for change. We want that independence, we want that freedom, we want that individuality. And that's a common theme that brings together bipartisan support for this in Wyoming.
We want to make sure that people understand, especially in Wyoming, but as the United States as a whole, this trend is coming. It's not going to stop. This is more of a small town that's growing into what I would call the cryptocurrency version of Silicon Valley.
It's the philosophy of that rugged individualism, the independence, and the ability to really get things done for yourself and control your own destiny. You get that from a blockchain, and you don't get that without it.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Pepsi's Number Fever campaign in the Philippines has probably gone down in history as one of the biggest marketing disasters in history, mainly because of a human error that led Pepsi to print more winning caps than they planned. The resulting chaos caused riots, civil unrest, and even deaths. Reporting this story took over a year, and it resulted in me flying to Manila in the Philippines to meet unlucky winners and to find out exactly what happened back then in the 1990s. My name is Jeff Maish. I'm a journalist based in Los Angeles. I wrote the story for Bloomberg Business Week about Pepsi's Number Fever campaign. The Philippines is a really interesting country. It's made up of thousands of islands. And it's also a country that's very heavily influenced by America. American culture is everywhere you look in the Philippines. They're obsessed with Frank Sinatra music, for example. They love all things America, and that extends to their love for soft drinks, Pepsi Cola, Coca-Cola. In the 1990s, it was everywhere. Pepsi and Coca-Cola were embroiled in what is now known as the Cola Wars. It was a fierce battle for market dominance. Number Fever was already a really popular promotion. It had been rolled out in America to great success. And so Pepsi decided to roll it out internationally, particularly in Asia. They thought it was the answer to their problems. They thought it could finally help them beat their biggest competitor.
Look for the winning number in sari stores every day, also on TV, radio, and newspapers. You could be a millionaire.
$1 million pesos, or $68,000, doesn't sound like a lot now, but in 1992, that was a phenomenal amount of money. You've got to remember that in the Philippines at the time, the average monthly income was about $100, so $1 million pesos was wealth beyond anyone's wildest imaginations. Number Fever caught fire in the Philippines. Kids were saving up their pocket money to buy a bottle of Pepsi. Parents were squirreling away all of the bottle caps in bags. You would walk down the street and people were going through trash trying to find discarded bottle caps. It was a national phenomenon. Pepsi boasted that half the population of the Philippines was playing it. Number Fever boosted Pepsi's sales every month from $10 million to $14 million. It had a huge impact on Pepsi's bottom line. Number Fever quickly became number hysteria. Maids were being jailed for stealing their employers' winning bottle caps. There was even some murders over winning bottle caps. People were fighting in the streets over these caps. There were signs that there were going to be problems with Number Fever very early. Pepsi had rolled out the competition in Chile, and a garbled fax had caused some kind of problem with the winning number. They'd announced the wrong one in Chile, causing riots. There were signs that there could be big problems ahead if they didn't keep their eye on the ball. So in 1992, Pepsi decided to extend the campaign in the Philippines, and they announced that the competition would go on for a few more weeks. One night, on the television news, they announced the latest winning number, 349. The problem was, 349 had already been allocated as a non-winning number in earlier campaigns. So there were literally hundreds of thousands of bottle caps with 349 just floating around the Philippines. Hundreds of thousands of people all across the Philippines, thousands of islands, were finding winning bottle caps. 349, 349. Some people had 10 lucky 349 bottle caps. People were dancing in the streets, celebrating. They thought their problems were over. They were millionaires. It's still not certain exactly how many winners there were of lucky 349 bottle caps, but we know that Pepsi printed over 600,000 of them. Pepsi realized very early that there was a problem. Hundreds of people started arriving at their bottling plants with their lucky bottle caps. They realized something was seriously wrong. Pepsi tried to solve the problem by offering a small token donation to anyone that brought a lucky bottle cap to their bottling plant. But it wasn't enough. People didn't want just a handful of pesos. People wanted their $1 million peso prize. Within a year, violent protests and riots outside Pepsi factories would leave dozens injured and 5 people dead. At one Pepsi factory in the Philippines, a grenade was thrown through the window. It killed 3 Pepsi employees. Anacita Rosario was a school teacher living near Manila in the Philippines. She was one of the tragic victims of this whole thing. She was walking to a nearby store to buy some rice one day when a Molotov cocktail was thrown at a Pepsi truck in a violent protest. It bounced under the truck and exploded. It killed her and an innocent bystander who was just a child and injured many others. When I was in the Philippines, I tracked down Anacita's daughter, Cindy, and her husband, Raul. It was clear to me that they were still very upset by the whole thing. You know, a family had been ripped apart by this competition. And Raul told me that he'd never remarried. He'd told me that he'd gone to meet Pepsi executives after his wife was killed. And he was angry. He said to them, you know, this wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for you, if it wasn't for Number Fever. The biggest revelation from my reporting was rumors that Pepsi was somehow involved in bombing their own trucks. I found a newspaper report with a headline that said, "Pepsi goons bomb their own trucks." And when I visited the NBI, the police department in the Philippines, they presented me with documents and interviews with people who claimed that Pepsi had paid them to cause riots and to cause trouble outside their plants in order to destabilize the situation and to frame the owners of the coalitions that were fighting them to try and curry favor. I just thought that was so shocking. And of course, Pepsi denied it, but how bizarre that a company would be accused of bombing their own trucks. The contest had sparked so much anger in the Philippines because it landed at just this really weird time in the Philippines' history. It was during a crazy election that was racked with allegations of fraud. The Philippines was in a kind of love-hate relationship with America. They loved, obviously, the American aid and finances that was pouring into the country, but at the same time, they yearned for independence. They wanted to be their own country. Vicente Del Fierro was a local preacher living in Manila, and he hated the Number Fever campaign. Del Fierro thought Pepsi's Number Fever campaign was just one of the many ways that America was asserting its dominance over a third world country. He hated seeing his fellow countrymen get ripped off, in his eyes, by this huge multinational American company. He wanted justice. Del Fierro rounded up over 800 winners of 349 bottle caps, and he got them all together to sue Pepsi for over $400 million to be divided between those holders of lucky bottle caps. Del Fierro took money from some of the people who could afford it. They paid him 500 pesos to help with legal fees. But for people who couldn't afford the money, he would just represent them pro bono.
The alliance is to build up pressure on Pepsi. And so you see people marching in the streets. So we have mounted our own campaign, even in the U.S.
He flew to America and he hired two consumer lawyers here in America to take on Pepsi. He had a meeting at Pepsi's headquarters to try and resolve the problem, but he said he wanted to take it all the way to the highest courts in America. When those cases were heard in America, those courts decided that this was a problem that should be heard in the Philippines, not in America. Back in the Philippines, Del Fierro continued his case in the Filipino courts. At one stage, there were arrest warrants handed out for 9 Pepsi-Cola executives, which he saw as a big victory. We don't know if those arrest warrants were ever upheld, but it made newspaper headlines across the country. Pepsi did not take kindly to Del Fierro's campaign. They tried everything to shut him down. They sued him for libel.
My father had to attend 3 times a month for a branch 145 and another hearing for the branch 113, also 3 times a month. Also, there was a time my father was hospital due to heart failure. Still, he had to attend the 2 branch hearing. Otherwise, for not attending, the judge will issue a warrant of arrest to my father. My father passed away January 13, 2010. After staying for almost 1 year in the hospital, he died of complication due to heart failure. After the death of my father, I was inspired to do the website PepsiCo will be remembered for what they did to the consumer in the Philippines and to my father.
When I reached out to Pepsi for comment for this story, they claimed that they didn't have access to anyone who was working at Pepsi that was around in those days. They also said that during COVID-19, they didn't have access to their documents about this, but you know, they were very careful to say that they were sorry for everything that happened, and we do know that Pepsi did try everything to try and make this right. The Pepsi number fever disaster cost the company millions. We know that they paid up to $10 million in those goodwill payments, but the financial effect could be much greater. After the disaster, we know that Pepsi sales dipped. They were overtaken by Coca-Cola again. Pepsi's number fever disaster changed the legacy of that soft drink in the Philippines forever. Some people of a certain age won't touch it. For many people, Pepsi is a taboo word. A lot of the people that I spoke to were still quite traumatized by their experience, by that experience of winning $1 million pesos, losing it, and then returning to their normal life in poverty in Manila.
When the news of the bombing came out, it was a massive story in Germany.
We are following some breaking news coming to us out of Dortmund in Germany.
It was covered by all the media outlets.
3 roadside explosions triggered at the same time last night as a coach left its hotel in the south of Dortmund.
Public figures commented on it.
We should not let them affect our life, whoever it was.
The media echo went far beyond Dortmund.
I think it was front page news in every single big paper around Europe. Everyone thought of like a terrorist attack, and people were scared that throughout the city in Dortmund there was more attacks to be happening.
Unbeknownst to investigators, just after the bomb went off and the players of the team were shell-shocked, the person who had masterminded the attack was actually sitting in the hotel eating steak and sweet potatoes. My name is Thomas Rogers. I'm the journalist who wrote the article, The Get-Rich-Quick Scheme That Nearly Killed a German Soccer Team. Dortmund is a mid-sized city in the western part of Germany in a state called North Rhine-Westphalia. And it's a former industrial city that's kind of fallen on hard times in the last few decades. It was severely bombed in the war, so the center of the city is quite stark. Some of the few high points include its soccer team.
My name is Ike Henning. I'm a reporter with Bloomberg News, and I'm a great fan of Borussia Dortmund. Dortmund fans are super loyal. On all match days, the entire city is in black and yellow. It's like a religion.
I think more than most German cities, soccer does play a very large role in the identity of Dortmund. In October of 2000, the BVB became the first team in the Bundesliga to actually go public. Salaries for soccer players in the Bundesliga have gone up very dramatically. With such high prices, they thought that by going public, they would be able to compete better with big teams like Bayern Munich.
Unfortunately, that didn't go too well. Dortmund bought too many expensive players, high wages, and the club almost went bust in 2005.
The price of their shares, it has sometimes gone up, but mostly gone down since they made that decision. So on April 11th, 2017, the team was staying in a hotel on the outskirts of Dortmund.
Match days are always special in Dortmund. Everyone is looking forward to it. The team always meets in the same hotel ahead of matches.
They stayed in this hotel in order to have a kind of neutral space before games so that they could concentrate, be sort of isolated from distractions, things like that.
Everyone was pretty optimistic. They had a chance to go really far, maybe into the finals. I was in the office and getting ready for match day. I was going to meet with a friend, a fellow Dortmund supporter, in a pub. As always, the fans are very excited about matches.
On that day, they were heading to play in the quarterfinal against AS Monaco at Signal Iduna Stadium, which is in the center of Dortmund. Shortly before 7 p.m., the players of the team boarded their official team bus.
When the bus took off the parking lot of the hotel and turned on the street, there were three detonations, 3 bombs that exploded and hit the bus of Dortmund.
3 explosions occurred close to the Borussia Dortmund team bus. The B team bus had just left the hotel. The explosions destroyed 2 windows in the rear part of the bus.
People screamed, people jumped to the ground.
The fellow Dortmund fan I was supposed to watch the match with, he called me and said, turn on the TV, there was an attack of the Dortmund bus. And I thought he was like, that was impossible.
Some of the players screamed at the driver to keep driving as fast as possible because they were worried that people might storm the bus.
German investigators say the explosive devices used in the attack on the Borussia Dortmund bus contained metal pins, and that one had pierced a seat headrest.
Unbeknownst to the team members, the actual mastermind behind the attack was, as they were disembarking the bus, was actually eating steak and sweet potatoes at the hotel they had just left.
Authorities are attempting to verify a letter left at the scene claiming jihadists were behind the attack.
Because there had been a series of attacks by Islamic terrorists in Germany and Europe, there was widespread suspicion in the media that this was another Islamic terror attack. 3 letters were found at the site of the bombing that took credit for the attack on behalf of Islamic State. There were, however, reasons to doubt this particular narrative.
Would actually be a surprise if ISIS were actually part of this attack. Possibly could be employed by other groups like the far right wing to try and shift the blame.
The letters had some strange qualities. They were written in a strange German that used big, sophisticated words, but had basic grammar mistakes, as if someone was native German speaker, but pretending to be a foreign person.
Federal investigators have detained 1 man suspected of links to Islamist terrorism, one of 2 suspects whose apartments were raided this morning.
Shortly after the bombing, a man in Austria named Rudolf, who was a big BVB fan, he noticed that something strange was going on the stock market related to the team's shares. He emailed the lawyers of BVB, who then forwarded that email on to investigators. The email stated that someone had bought 60,000 BVB put options, a wager that the value of the shares of the team would fall below a certain amount at a certain date.
Why would someone buy that ahead of a match and then 3 bombs go off? Something isn't right here.
For the person to make money off of that, it required the stock to go down quite a bit in a fairly short period of time. And it wouldn't just be the team losing a match, it would require something much bigger than that. There was another big red flag about this purchase, which is the fact that it had actually been made, number one, on the day of the bombing, but also from an IP address that had been traced to the actual hotel where the bombing had taken place.
When 3 explosions targeted the bus carrying the Borussia Dortmund footballers on April the 11th, written notes left at the scene claimed the attack was the work of ISIL. The truth, as is now alleged, is remarkable.
On April 21st, the police arrested a man in a southern German city called Tübingen. He was on his way to work, and his name was Sergei Benagold. He seemed like an unlikely suspect because he had no known connections to the Islamic terror world. He didn't seem like a far-right extremist. He didn't seem like a left-wing extremist either. He seemed to be a completely unremarkable young man.
A 28-year-old German-Russian man, named only as Sergei W., stayed in the same hotel as the players on the night before the bombing. He specifically requested an upper room overlooking the bushes where the explosive devices were hidden.
The media dissected why he would do that, what was his past.
He had been inspired by the 2015 terror attack in Paris. And he noticed that in the aftermath of the attack, the stocks of French companies went down. And he believed that if an attack took place that was directed at a specific company, that the decrease in stock price for that company would be even more dramatic.
It never occurred to anyone that someone would do that out of greed.
We now know that the suspect bought 3 different derivatives on the Borussia Dortmund shares. With all these derivatives, he bet on falling shares. The suspect bought the majority of these financial products on the 11th of April, the day of the attack.
If the plot had been completely successful and the stock had reached a value of 0, Wienergold would have made up to 570,000 euros, or the equivalent of about $608,000. Ultimately, the plan completely backfired.
The attacker, Sergei Wienergold, didn't make any money. In fact, he lost money.
In court, he would be extremely quiet. He usually kept his hands clasped together. One of the lawyers actually commented that he had never seen a defendant act so calmly. Wienergold had served some time in the German military. From that information and from online research, he was able to figure out how to assemble remote detonated bombs that would do what he hoped to do. There were a few days of extremely emotional testimony, including the soccer players who described doubting whether or not they could ever play another game again.
It brought everything back up, and it didn't quite help them to kind of process what was going on.
Throughout it all, he sat there completely silent. The big mystery that was swirling around the trial was the question of why. He may have simply done it because he wanted to impress a woman. Rebecca is a young woman who has a very troubled home life. She ultimately sees her relationship with Wienergold as an opportunity to leave that troubled home. Wienergold is a Russian immigrant to Germany. He speaks with an accent. He has anxiety in large groups of Germans. She begins to resent the fact that he has these fears and feels a little bit trapped. Rebecca attempts to dump him on multiple occasions, and he threatens to commit suicide if she leaves him. Wienergold apparently told Rebecca that she would soon be seeing a surprise. After being dumped via text message, he apparently began planning for this attack in earnest. Wienergold was charged with 28 counts of attempted murder, which carried a maximum sentence in Germany of life in prison. He claimed that he had nothing to do with the attack, but as time went on, he admitted that he had actually been the person who had built the explosives and had set them off. But he claimed that he didn't want to actually kill anybody. Ultimately, Wienergold didn't receive the harshest possible sentence. He was given 14 years in prison, but it's still a considerable amount in jail in Germany.
threat of an asteroid hitting Earth is very real. If it's big enough, it's also very final.
These are very, very infrequent events. The probability is not zero, though.
A blinding flash of light streaking across the sky.
About 100 tons of space rock falls on Earth every day. Most of it is so small it burns up in our atmosphere or lands unnoticed away from major populations. No human in the past 1,000 years is known to have been killed by a meteorite, and according to NASA, no large object is likely to strike the Earth any time in the next several hundred years. However, one thing is certain: we haven't found them all.
There are thousands out there, and we don't know where they are.
There are a lot of asteroids in our solar system. They number in the billions.
Scientists all over the world are working toward detecting and deflecting the most catastrophic of natural disasters.
The race is on to find as many of these objects as we can.
We have a way of calculating whether or not an asteroid is potentially dangerous or not.
I mean, I think it's something worth investing in. It's our existence at stake, right?
Amy, let's get this one out of the way. It's probably the question you get asked the most, but how scared should we be?
Asteroids and comets are a natural hazard that's out there like a lot of other natural hazards. These are very, very infrequent events, these collision events, where an object actually impacts the Earth. The most important thing that we need to know about asteroids is when the next impact is going to happen and how bad it will be. What we know is that an object that's about, say, a kilometer across is capable of causing very, very wide devastation across the planet, really, truly global devastation. The object that wiped out the dinosaurs was somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 to 10 kilometers across, so even bigger than that. At a kilometer, it's still going to be very bad and it will have global effects. For objects that are capable of causing what I would call sort of regional damage, kind of a large major metropolitan area, a city and its surrounding environment, sort of around 100-ish meters. It depends on the details of the composition and so forth.
By the 1980s, NASA was cataloguing near-Earth objects. In 1994, stargazers watched as comet Shoemaker-Levy 9 hit Jupiter. The resulting zone of chaos was estimated to be as large as the Earth, and the event became a turning point in the search for asteroids and comets in our solar system. In 1998, Congress tasked NASA with finding 90% of asteroids and comets 1 kilometer wide or larger. Soon after, Hollywood blockbusters Armageddon and Deep Impact brought attention and fear to the masses.
The great news is that the vast majority, more than 90% of all the really large 1 kilometer near-Earth objects have been found. The challenge now is working down to these smaller sizes that are still quite capable of causing a lot of damage, but they're just harder to spot because they're fainter, they're smaller.
Can you give us a sense of how many are out there in our solar system?
We know that there are a lot of asteroids in our solar system. They number in the billions. Most of them, however, are between Mars and Jupiter in what we call the main asteroid belt. This is a region of space where most of the asteroids in the inner part of our solar system live, and they stay there for many billions of years. There is another population, though, that kind of leaks inward and gets into the region somewhat close to the Earth, and we call these near-Earth objects. We think that there are millions and millions of near-Earth objects that are out there in the total population. As of today, we know of sort of around 20, 25,000, something like that. When we first spot an object, we really know very little about it. We just see something moving across the sky. So all you get is just sort of a handful of snapshots, just enough to be able to tell that this isn't an asteroid that we've already seen before. And then once we can calculate the distance to it, we can now start to make predictions about its true size. Is it large or is it small? So we have a lot of information that we have to get pretty quickly to really understand what's going on.
Finding asteroids is just one piece of the puzzle. Planetary scientists are extremely skilled in determining the orbits and speeds of asteroids based on relatively small amounts of data. NASA runs simulations of the trajectories asteroids could take, which is useful but time-consuming. A team of scientists in the Netherlands have found a way that could buy us more time.
Our method is very quick. So you can very quickly get an assessment of whether or not the object is dangerous or not. If you look at the classical way of determining the danger of an asteroid, it may take days of computing time on very big machines to determine this hazardousness.
The current problem is that there's just too many asteroids out there to spend a huge amount of computational power on all of them. So the neural network allows us to focus on what really could go and pose a hazard to Earth.
A neural network is a computing system that mimics the way the human brain operates to find underlying relationships in a set of data.
By training the network in this way, you train it in recognizing those objects that are most likely to hit the planet. And once it's trained, you can apply this network to all the unknown asteroids. And then you can make a selection and saying, hey, these are the ones which appear to be having orbits similar to the ones which we know are hitting the planet. That doesn't mean that they do, but it only means that they look very similar to the ones we know they do.
What else did you find? Should we be particularly concerned about anything?
One thing that we did find is that our neural network was able to go and identify a handful of asteroids which weren't considered potentially hazardous, that when we went and integrated them forward in time, they came quite close to Earth.
We find a handful which were not detected before or not considered being dangerous before, and we think they are potentially dangerous.
It's very hard to simulate kind of going forward in time an asteroid that's going to hit Earth because, well, the Earth is really small. And space is really big, and then you have to have very exact parameters to shoot an asteroid that goes and hits exactly Earth. And then Simon had the ingenious idea of not even trying to do that and just launching the asteroids from Earth's surface and integrating backwards in time.
It's very hard to make it hit. So you need a lot of calculations which all end up in nothing. And the idea was then let's not do that. This is basically what NASA is doing. NASA is taking an asteroid, making multiple copies of them, shooting them all forwards in time, calculating their orbits, and then see what fraction sort of gets close to Earth. Not even hitting Earth, but getting close to Earth. And that they call it a potential impactor. So you calculate the solar system forwards in time for, let's say, 1,000 years. And then you launch asteroids from the surface as if you go forwards in time, would fall on the surface. You calculate them backwards to today, and then you get your orbital parameters of today's asteroids, which you know will land on the planet. And those you can use as known impactors and compare with all the other asteroids in the solar system.
Can simulations and AI, can those things fill in the gaps where perhaps telescopes and other imaging tools can't?
Absolutely. Since the observations get more complex, the physics gets more complex. And if the physics get more complex, the mathematics becomes more complex. And at some point, you can't solve your problems analytically anymore. And then this is where the computer comes in. Now we have this trained neural network. We have a way of calculating in a fraction of a second whether or not an asteroid is potentially dangerous or not, and therefore deserves more attention or more time to spend on for really finding out if it is dangerous.
When it comes to hunting asteroids, time is critical.
What we can do about a potentially hazardous object depends a great deal on what we know about it and how much time we have before the encounter. We'd really like to find them when they're decades away, because the more time you have, the more options you have, and the less energy it takes to move an object aside.
It also means we might not have to resort to launching a nuclear warhead at an asteroid. Until recently, pretty much our only choice.
That's an option of last resort, in my opinion, yes. We have lots of options available. You can just simply bump into the object and just nudge it out of the way. That's one possibility, and that's kind of, in a way, sort of the simplest thing to think about, just nudging it off its path a little bit with, a massive object, a spacecraft, let's say. It's just kind of like bowling, if you will. If you have a long time or a long stretch of runway in the lane, just a very small twist on the bowling ball will make a big change in where it ultimately ends up. Another option would be something where you take a very big, massive spacecraft and you park it next to the object and you use the force of gravity as a towing rig. That takes longer, though, and you need to be able to send a pretty massive spacecraft, and it obviously depends a lot on how big the asteroid is. Other options start to get more and more complicated, and they range from painting one side of the object a white color and painting the other side dark, and then letting the pressure of light sort of perturb its orbit.
In a departure from the lab and computer simulations, NASA has real plans to rehearse kinetic impact deflection. In 2021, the agency will launch DART, the Double Asteroid Redirection Test mission, which will intercept a 160-meter asteroid in 2022. Better to practice now before we have to deal with an actual threat. In the meantime, discovering asteroids is our best bet. Thousands of scientists and amateur astronomers around the world make up an informal network that survey the heavens. But that may not be enough. NASA wants more resources to map our solar system and better technology.
We need to ramp up our network of sensors, and also we need to just continue to strengthen our network of international observers so that we can get follow-up, because we find these objects when they're distributed all over the night sky.
Once we get more observations, we get better data, we can make better predictions.
If you look at the big impactors we have had in the last, let's say, 20 years, or maybe 30 years, or 50 years, most of them we haven't seen coming. So the danger, the real danger, I think, comes from the objects we don't know about, and not from the objects we do know about.
This particular natural disaster, like a lot of natural disasters and like climate change, is a problem of the global commons. So the thing that we risk collectively is that it sort of then becomes nobody's problem, and nobody takes ownership over it. The asteroids are all over the sky. They just truly cross boundaries and borders with a second's notice.
I kind of imagine in the future maybe lots of small satellites around the Earth that are always going and looking outward. I mean, I think it's something worth investing in. It's our existence at stake, right?
The pandemic has affected everyone in different ways. Some pass the time by baking.
Homemade sourdough bread. Do I need to say more?
Some chose to binge watch Netflix.
It's your game.
Or maybe you started a garden oasis in your backyard.
Next, I'm going to put my lettuces in.
But for millions of others,
I'm going to be posting stocks that will boom.
They wanted to uproot the financial industry.
Let's just lock it on up and take $15,000.
Here's a stock that can change your life.
I see a stock going up and I buy it, and I just watch it until it stops going up, and then I sell it.
I have gained over $3 million.
I want some free money.
I don't think you can overstate the online communities or social media's influence on financial markets.
A large group of inexperienced investors who discuss their plans on social media platform Reddit have shaken up the stock market in a big way.
The stock that everybody's talking about right now is GameStop.
Video game retailer GameStop is set to continue their head-spinning ascent today.
The revolutionaries on Reddit are spanking Wall Street's ass.
The more these stocks go up, the more the big guys are getting creamed and losing billions of dollars.
This isn't a wealthy person's game anymore. Anyone can play it.
I took up a little bit of a new hobby, and I am interested in day trading.
As an investor nowadays, you don't have to look a specific way. You don't have to wear specific clothes. You don't have to be doing it from a trading floor on Wall Street in like a high-rise building in downtown Manhattan.
The narrative of what's driving the markets is no longer being held in secret offices in New York and Boston of privileged people talking to other privileged people. It's right out in the open. It's on Twitter. It's on Reddit.
From brokerage apps to Discord channels and subreddits to TikTok finfluencers, one of the last holdouts in the world of disruption, finance is next in line.
Investing should be as ubiquitous as shopping online.
That's Vlad Tenev, the CEO of Robinhood, the online brokerage app, talking about how he wants his app to disrupt the world of stock trading like Amazon disrupted the world of home shopping.
And I think that speaks to exactly the mission that a platform like Robinhood has, which is to democratize investing.
Robinhood was started in 2013 by Vlad Tenev and Baiju Bhatt in, where else, Silicon Valley, as an alternative to the big brokerages, but with one big difference.
As they were building the social network around finances for people, they realized that there was a gap in the market and that free trading could become something that they could bring to the markets, they could disrupt the industry.
While no-fee trading is industry standard today, it was unheard of when it was first introduced.
The online brokerage industry was really innovative when they came on the scene 10, 15 years ago, but they kind of stopped innovating where you haven't seen those commissions come down beyond $5 or $6 or $7. Robinhood think that by offering zero commission that they're going to push people onto this platform.
And on top of no-fee trading, the customers Robinhood was courting have been long overlooked in the world of finance.
So the typical customer of a Charles Schwab, for example, is putting a lot more money in that brokerage account than the typical customer at Robinhood. Even today, with all of its popularity, the median account size is about $240.
There's Fidelities in the Schwabs and the E-Trades of the world. They look down their nose at those kind of accounts. I don't want a $1,000 account. They're just a headache. I want a $100,000 account.
And this is key here, right? Because the thing about Robinhood that's different than every other single brokerage platform is how easy it is to use.
The design of the Robinhood app really has in mind a user who might be coming at this absolutely cold.
The fonts are very well sized, the shapes, the colors, all of that is something that the founders of Robinhood paid really close attention to.
And by creating an interface that catered to a newer investor, they were able to gather a pretty healthy group of customers. And by 2019, they had about 10 million customers.
Those 10 million customers were a huge success story for Robinhood, but no one could have predicted its explosion after the arrival of COVID-19.
Remain indoors to the greatest extent, and 100% of the non-essential workforce must stay home.
What we saw when the pandemic hit was the growth of Robinhood users absolutely turbocharged. And oddly, you saw this surge in interest in stock trading. Then they saw the absolute surge in 2020 in customer growth. And now, by many accounts, they have more than 20 million customers, which is pretty extraordinary. So the next step for them is to figure out how to monetize those users and how, even with their small account sizes, to get them to grow with the company and, as it releases more products, come along with them.
Robinhood would become one of the COVID economy's breakout successes. Robinhood traders, as they're called, became the shorthand explanation for the frenzy of often speculative retail investing after the pandemic lockdowns.
Kids wake up in the morning, they go on Robinhood. They're, in the shower, they check Robinhood. Kids are learning how the stock market works at 18 while they're at school, checking their phones in between classes because notifications pop up telling them what their stocks are doing that day.
With these new tools, millennials and Gen Z are investing in the market in ways their parents could have never even dreamt of.
That is sort of key when we talk about the divide between older and younger generations, is that the younger generation is exposed to so much more information and tools at their disposal to do what they want in the market.
The older generations, you never had the technology or the cost structure that you could play the markets like you can today. So you were stuck with giving your money to a professional investor and paying them a fee to do it.
When I speak to young kids, they tell me, I'm making mistakes, I'm losing money. I'm not a perfect investor, but I'm 18, and by the time I'm 30, which will be, 10 years from now, I'm gonna have interacted with the markets for a decade. And so it's a learning experience more so than anything else.
And you can look at it and you can say, wow, that's risk-taking, that's dumb, but if you could possibly shave 10, 20 years off your working life versus adding 5 years, I don't think you can fault people for that.
But Robinhood is only part of the puzzle. Sure, you can trade on it, but without research, information, and data, you're just blindly throwing darts at different stocks and hoping to strike it rich.
Wall Street forever has always run on what we now call narratives or memes. People telling rumors to each other have been around for 100 years.
On Wall Street, information is its own currency. Historically, either you had it or you didn't, and the people who had it had a huge advantage.
In the past, those narratives and memes didn't have a network effect. It would be one person telling another person over the phone. In fact, when I broke into this business in the 80s, a lot of people used to complain that they weren't on the call list to get those ideas.
Social media changed all of that.
Fast forward to 2021, that's being done on the internet now. And that's being done on Discord and Twitter and StockTwits and Reddit. And the impact is very similar, but orders and orders of magnitude larger.
As social media has played a bigger part in our lives, it's also played a bigger and kind of more important role in how people find investing ideas online and on these platforms.
How do those ideas spread? On TikTok. Yes, that TikTok.
Soon may the weatherman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum.
People aren't just going to it for sea shanty videos.
The personal finance hashtag on TikTok has garnered 3.5 billion views from its 1 billion monthly active users. By comparison, videos found under the cooking and health tips hashtag have 2.6 and 2.1 billion views respectively.
The trajectory of Robinhood and TikTok were literally on par.
What happened in the stock market this week? So the word of the week is expectations.
Absolutely essential that you guys understand the risks of shorting.
And Kayla Kilbride and Kyla Scanlon are two of those financial influencer TikTokers, also known as finfluencers.
I think people still care about fashion, they care about culture, but it's also like there's this big behemoth thing called the stock market that we really don't know a whole lot about, and it's gatekept behind the industry. And so people want to unpack that. And so my audience is, a lot of them are younger investors who are looking to hone their skills.
Tech and right up.
Kyla and Kayla are two of the more, let's say, professional TikTok influencers.
The Tesla ARK Bitcoin Biotech Risk Cluster.
I've been trading since high school, and it was a really interesting way for me to fill out my decision-making frameworks and to think about thinking. And I think that the more that we can have people thinking about finance, the better that we're going to progress as a society. I think it's a huge gap in our educational system.
If you're going to buy an option for a stock you think is going to go up, it's a call. So think of it like this. I made the options video where I was like, options are just like shopping. Rumor has it that this pallet's about to go up in price. So if I come in tomorrow, can I still buy it at said price? And a ton of women just attacked that video and were like, you explain things so much better than my boyfriend or my professor, or I could sit and listen to you all day. And I was like, this is what I was looking for.
But TikTok's algorithm does not reward calm and measured videos about responsible investing. It rewards this.
Watch this video for 30 seconds and you'll be rich for the rest of your life.
I try not to say the A word, the ALGO word, because TikTok listens to us.
The algorithm does impact how you feel. You know, you do notice which videos do better versus which videos do worse.
How do you catch someone's attention in less than 60 seconds? And how do you make it something that they're like, I need this in my life? Nearly impossible to do that in 60 seconds. But the people who perfect it are the people that you're going to watch and going to stick around.
And where people are sticking around? Reddit. And its nearly countless subreddits about finance. And by far the biggest one of those is Wall Street Bets.
There's a lot of social media platforms out there, but Reddit is like the social media platform for finance. Places like Wall Street Bets is where it all goes down.
Started in January 2012, it wasn't long before Wall Street Bets adopted a 4chan-like etiquette, leading to their tagline, like 4chan found a Bloomberg terminal.
We had all these unexplained stock moves, and we would be grasping for why stock XYZ jumped 20% in a day. And you would look at Wall Street Bets, and you would see people there talking about buying options in that stock, and it sort of, squared the circle, so to speak, and started making sense. And it was at that point that it was like, wow, we have to start paying attention to this.
Some people on the platform really spend tons of time, and others are just looking for entertainment and to have a little bit of fun, effectively gambling or looking for an outlet, trying to make a little bit of money.
Then on top of all of that, there were stimulus checks. Now, clearly, this money is going to people who need to use that to eat, to live, but there's a lot of people who use this money to invest in the stock market.
And it's not just stock tips. People quote-unquote YOLO their entire life savings or stimulus checks on a single stock. They post what is called gain and loss porn, screen-grabbing staggering hits and misses on stocks for the entire community to see.
I'm about to lose everything.
And while some of the people on Wall Street Bets are novice investors, the community contains multitudes.
In one respect, what it did show us among these network groups is they are very sophisticated. They're not a bunch of ignorant people talking to other ignorant people.
And this is where the pieces of the puzzle all come together to wreak havoc on Wall Street for a solid week in early 2021.
It's pretty clear that the combination of more people having retail brokerage accounts and trading apps and more people being stuck at home looking for some kind of entertainment and some kind of community online came together in this very singular way.
What came together is GameStop.
Let's go back to the beginnings of what happened with GameStop a couple of years ago. On the boards like Reddit and StockTwit, a lot of people were talking about GameStop as being attractive value.
Some of them are even, Wall Street alums who left the industry and now still have access to tools that they can use to improve their financial well-being and make very good decisions. And I think Roaring Kitty is a perfect example of that.
GameStop is one of the most compelling asymmetric opportunities in the market today. Really, I don't understand how you could disagree with that.
At the same time that this crowd was talking it up, the hedge fund institutional crowd didn't like this stock at all, and it had the largest short interest of any stock in the New York Stock Exchange going into late 2020.
Short selling is a bet that a stock price will fall, and it's a fairly simple concept. An investor borrows a stock and then sells it. The investor is betting on buying the stock back later for a lower price before returning it to the original owner, pocketing the price difference.
What a short seller would tell you is that they almost act as a policeman in financial markets, or they're at least looking for companies that aren't what they say they are. And that can range anywhere from an outright fraud that some short sellers try to expose to just a company that's not worth as much as investors think it is.
The problem is, if the stock price rises, the short seller has to come up with the money to buy the stock back. And the more it rises, the more it costs. And that's what's called a short squeeze. And the hedge fund Melvin Capital was on the wrong end of that squeeze.
Melvin Capital lost over 50% of its money in the month of January alone, just from being caught in the short squeeze of the stock.
This is where the disruption comes in.
One of the most wild stories you're ever going to see. GameStop shares absolutely going nuts.
In less than a year, the company's stock has jumped from less than $3 a share to almost $350.
Cheers, everybody!
Roaring Kitty has turned $50,000 or so investment into some $14 million. Whoa!
Investors all over social media use the free trading app Robinhood to wreak havoc on Wall Street.
They're actually piling on into some of these stocks to really hurt the professional short sellers.
And they all used Reddit, Twitter, TikTok, and Discord to tell one another to keep buying and, quote, hold the line and not sell GameStop.
People are getting cheerleaded for jumping in, buying at the highs. They're saying, keep going.
And it was working too, until
Thursday morning, the trading app Robinhood sent out this tweet. In light of current market volatility, we are restricting transactions, including GameStop.
People were really angry.
Robinhood was supposed to allow the regular people to play the same game these big boys are playing. But instead, we were all taken for schmucks, and they screwed us.
Shares of GameStop are jumping again now that retail investors are being allowed to buy shares of the stock.
But what we learned is that when people organize online, they have the ability to disrupt the market.
And it was a big sign the ivory walls of the institution aren't as powerful as maybe the institutions thought them to be. I don't know if pumping up GameStop was the best use of billions of dollars, but I think that as a signal to society, it was pretty interesting and powerful.
the GameStop saga was so impactful that both Vlad Tenev and Roaring Kitty were called in to testify before Congress to clarify each of their roles in the saga.
One thing that's emerged from the congressional hearings is that they're interested in how retail brokerages make money and whether they're keeping the best interests of their customers in mind, but it's pretty fuzzy as far as what they would actually do as a result.
While the frenzy around GameStop eventually subsided, it didn't take long for retail investors to find other areas to invest their money.
Take a look at Bitcoin going bananas over the weekend.
Bitcoin forms a brand new all-time high.
It was after GameStop started to drop that we saw Bitcoin really go up to over 60,000.
How much further does this rally have to run?
It's compelling to say that money shifted from one venue to the other.
While correlation doesn't equal causation, there's a chart out there showing an inverse correlation on meme stocks going down and cryptocurrencies going up.
There's definitely an aspect where people are making money on stocks and then moving, they're agnostic, they're not hedge funds. They can invest wherever the hell they want. It's a classic sort of momentum trade. They're going to wherever the winners are and they're willing to jump on and, ride it.
So whether it's meme stocks like GameStop, meme coins like Dogecoin, or entirely new ways to invest in art like NFTs, the new kind of retail investor is making its presence known.
Over the next 10, maybe 15 years, you're going to continue to see, whether by choice or by force, that baton go from older generations to younger generations. I don't think any single app is going to be the thing that disrupts. I think people are the disruptors.
How people get ideas about what to invest in has become increasingly entwined with social media. And as social media companies govern more and more of our lives, the fact that now they're tied in more intimately to people's wallets is something that we might want to understand better.
Usually what disruption, I think, means is technology comes in, whether it's blogs to the newspapers or online retailing to brick and mortar. They come in and they're in the same business, but they just do it in such a gigantic cost savings that it causes everybody to switch. Well, that's the risk that happens here, is that it's so much cheaper to just manage your own money. We're not there yet, but costs and conveniences are moving in that direction. So I'd say, Wall Street, you haven't been disrupted yet, but you could be in the coming years, and that the final chapter on this story hasn't been written.
Meet Bloomberg's own David Nicholson. Now, his happy place is out in the field, on the open road. But like the rest of the world lately, he's been working from home a lot more than he's used to. COVID-19 has prompted a massive urban exodus as professionals of every ilk yearn for more space to live and work. As a result, rural areas have exploded, and they're poised to experience a resurgence as more and more families pack up and leave the big city to try out life in the burbs. But there's one problem with that. Not all internet speeds are created equal. Anyone who might need to upload or download large files for a living may not want to pack up and move to that cabin in the woods just yet. Now, David's house isn't a cabin, but it is in the woods, and inexplicably, his internet is workable.
My internet is okay. I pay a lot for it. It's around $140 a month. The download speed's great, and the upload speed is terrible, which is really bad for my work because I have to upload these massive files. But I'm definitely one of the more lucky ones in this community. Just a few miles down the road, my buddy has awful internet.
It's usually under 2 down and under 0.2 up, so it's often unusable.
Some days it's around 1, and other times it'll drop down to about 0.2, 0.3.
I just want to be able to have internet at my house without having to go outside the normal ways of acquiring internet. It's really frustrating.
We're literally miles, a few miles away from downtown, and it just cuts off.
This is a problem, and the solutions are not there yet, because getting high-speed internet in rural areas en masse is something our providers may simply not be ready for.
If your internet service doesn't have fast download and upload speeds, then you don't have high-speed harmony. You have.
Americans on average pay about $70 a month for internet at home. But in rural areas, it could cost a lot more for a lot less service.
So the pricing for a fixed wireless provider here can be something between $80 and $150 for about 25 megabits per second. However, gigabit service, which is 1,000 megabits per second and symmetrical, is running at about $119 a month or $130 a month.
That's John Paul. He co-owns Spiral Fiber, an internet service provider here in Nevada County, California. And for the past 10 years, he's been trying to bring an affordable fiber optic network to town. It all started when he applied to be part of the pilot program for Google's fiber service.
Across the country, civic boosters have been going to extremes, chanting, singing, Google in the morning, and marching, trying to get the search engine giant to look at their town.
The internet these days is crucial to be in the world, to be a part of the world, and to be connected to your community.
Google ultimately went with Kansas City, Missouri, which left Paul on a mission to get funding to lay out fiber optic networks for gigabit service. Over the next several years, he would attend conferences and pitch venture capitalists and apply for grants to make his vision come to life.
One of the biggest roadblocks to building infrastructure for the internet here in the United States are the existing large providers. They have their land staked out. They would prefer that nobody come in and compete against them. In 2013, we applied for a grant. We went down and met with the commissioners at the California Public Utilities Commission. It was an arduous process to get funded, but we finally did against all odds. We got a $16 million grant, and then we went out to seek venture capital.
Then, in March of 2020, the pandemic hit the world.
Everybody got locked down, and everybody came home, and everybody started using the internet. And I remember seeing on one of the local fixed wireless providers' websites, they've said, hey, we know you're all staying home, but please don't use too much video, and please don't use too much bandwidth. And I thought, that doesn't work.
The U.S. connectivity gap is far greater compared to countries that are considered its peers economically. Some developing nations actually have better internet than rural America, like in Kenya, which has a state-of-the-art fiber optic network fed in from their coastline. The American connectivity gap does largely affect rural areas that are either outside of service coverage or simply prohibitively expensive. This is Rebecca. She and her family moved to Nevada County just a couple miles down the road from David. They took for granted that high-speed internet would just exist in the area, and it's not something they even bothered to check on before buying their house. Turns out, all they got was dial-up.
We wanted to move where we had a little more space, room for the kids to run around, just be out in the mountains a little bit more. Having come from a bigger city area where Wi-Fi is pretty readily available, we hadn't really considered that in our purchasing of the house, whether that would be an option or not. When school started, and now that we are remote learning with our children and we're doing everything from home, we didn't have the option to do that at our house. So every day when school would start, we'd have to pack the kids up and we'd go to my in-laws' home. They have a little cabin up in this area that does have Wi-Fi already.
Rebecca's situation is the norm in rural America.
According to data from the Federal Communications Commission, just 4% of urban Americans lack access to broadband internet. That's compared to almost 40% of people who live in rural areas. But while that was the case, there were also racial and socioeconomic divides in terms of who had that access. In addition to that geographic difference, low-income African American students, Latino students, and first-generation college students were more likely than others to have only one device at home that's shared among multiple siblings and or lack access to that actual connection.
For most American towns, there's also a lack of competition, forcing internet prices up. And large providers like AT&T and Comcast aren't incentivized to expand service to these rural communities.
This is how Xfinity makes life simple, easy, awesome.
So in our area, we have a small imprint of Comcast, but they're not going to go out to the more rural areas. It's just not cost effective for them to do it as a large company.
In order to lay fiber cable, you're actually physically digging trenches into the ground. And for internet service providers, they're primarily focused on maximizing their profits. And so the fewer customers you have, in any square mile and the more fiber you have to lay, that's just kind of harder to pencil out from a purely economic standpoint.
AT&T released a statement on the matter, expressing the need and desire for government assistance to fund fiber optic expansion to areas deemed unprofitable. Comcast released a similar statement encouraging more public-private collaboration on this effort. Federal agencies do offer grants to help communities build broadband networks, but many have argued that there's not enough flexibility on how to use these funds. The COVID-19 relief package passed by Congress in March and signed by President Donald Trump awarded $43.3 million to 51 projects on the East Coast alone. But it also stipulated that these projects needed to be up and running by December 30th. For contractors who plan projects months and years in advance, it's a scramble to rearrange their schedules to meet that deadline.
So what we've been asking the federal government to consider is at least have, as long as the projects are getting started, knowing the projects are being put into place to expand both remote learning, working from home, and opportunities like that that are truly driven from COVID. We're moving as fast as we can regardless, but hopefully they'll give us some more time.
Talking to John Paul, it's clear that he believes broadband is something that can transform a community and should be considered a public good.
One of the first communities to come on in the United States with full-on gigabit service was Chattanooga, Tennessee. Now, they're a bigger city, but they're a city that was economically in a downturn. In the last 15 years, the city of Chattanooga has turned around in an amazing way. It's a nexus for young people to move to. It's a place where technology happens.
It's not just about logging on to Zoom, to connect with your colleagues who might be in New York City. It's also your ability as a small business, operating in the town of Nevada City or wherever it may be to, quickly upload your payroll documents or something onto the cloud, or to quickly, swipe a customer's credit card. There's just some really basic business functions and mechanics that I think people in big cities really take for granted, and that are just going to be a much bigger challenge for small business owners in rural areas.
Historically, the marginalized people, you call them as untouchables or Dalits, they have been kept away from the center of the knowledge. Once you are born into a caste, it is very difficult for you to grow beyond that. You are stuck in that identity. Education is the best way of liberating them. So that's how I chose to work in education sector. The kind of education that we are giving to the marginalized people is going to change not just the fate of these communities in Telangana, but it is going to be the source of inspiration, source of hope for all the marginalized in this country.
Greatest blight in India is the system of caste.
For generations of Indians, the social code known as the caste system has defined how people earn a living and whom they marry. Although outlawed 7 decades ago, castes remain a significant factor in deciding everything, from family ties and cultural traditions to educational and economic opportunities. Dalits, people who are on the lowest rung of the caste system, constitute almost 1/5 of India's population of 1.3 billion. Not able to afford the high tuition of private schools, many are forced to attend government-funded institutions, which in the past have suffered from poor infrastructure, lower education standards, and high student-to-teacher ratios. But Dr. Praveen Kumar is trying to change that.
I am currently working as head of Telangana Social Welfare Residential Schools. So totally above 400 schools I manage. These are all residential schools for the students who are historically marginalized but talented and then poor.
My friend also
Of them, 60% are girls and then 40% are boys, because girls are more marginalized among the marginalized. Their voices are always suppressed. My approach to improve the conditions in the schools has been put your eyes and ears on the ground always. Talk to the parents, talk to the teachers, talk to the students, stay in the schools and then understand their problems, their challenges, both in classrooms and then the corridors and the dorms. Then go to the dining halls and see what kind of food they are eating, and then go to their homes and then what kind of food they are getting and what kind of challenges the parents have. Very good. 9th class. One of the important changes that I brought in after I took over was to complete the transformation of mother tongue to English medium, because English medium, as I said, English is the language of emancipation. A language that connects you to the whole body of knowledge in the world. So we had to train a lot of teachers.
Refer to the dictionary also, okay, and find out the new meanings. As well as you're going to describe about. Hey, Richita, how are you? Hi, Sindhu. Fine, thank you. And how about you? I'm fine too. It's been a long time.
Identity is extremely important. There is a scientific evidence to prove that your sense of identity is extremely crucial to your growth as a successful human being in your life. If you accept an identity which is very humiliating, which reminds you of very painful past, I think that identity will not help you to grow. I'm not saying that you should forget your past. I'm not saying that, but that should not be in the bubble in which you must live always. Sweros is an alternative identity. S stands for state, W stands for welfare, Aero, SW and then Aero is Swero. So the idea is your dreams have to be skybound. So that is what we are trying to achieve by changing the identities. Like, you say, I'm a Swero and I aim to be a doctor. I am a Swero. I aim to be a top-notch engineer. I am a Swero. I aim to be a top bureaucrat of this country. I'm a Swero. I want to be a very good actor or, a musician in this world. So these are the positive images that are associated with identity. Just to give an example to you, in 2012, in our institution, we used to produce about 6 doctors per year. But because of our, this self-liberating ideology of Sveroism, we have, this year, we have produced about 189 doctors. This is phenomenal for any poorest of the poor people. You know how difficult it is to get into a medical colleges in this country. So, but today, because of this ideology, the students have been able to achieve this, feat. Pujita has been a farm laborer, and her parents themselves are agricultural laborers. And then this girl used to sell vegetables, but thanks to the residential education institutions, she came to the Gaulidoddi campus, and then she toiled very hard for 1 year, despite many problems. And today, I'm so happy to share with you that she has joined one of the prestigious medical colleges in the state of Telangana, Usmania Medical College, and then in future, she hopes to be a gynecologist. So this is the journey our children are hoping for. Similarly, the Mount Everest expedition. At Mount Everest expedition, we are very fortunate enough to place the youngest ever female in the history of this world on the peak of Mount Everest. How did this happen? It's all because of an ideology that helps you to liberate yourself. We got a lot of extracurricular activities, and most of them got institutionalized now. So, for example, music. Similarly, the games. We have so many coaching academy. We have boxing academy, we have wrestling academy, we have handball academy. So we have, kabaddi, the traditional Indian sport. We have golf. We have introduced the golf also. Like golf is generally played by so-called rich people, but today even poorest of the poor people also are being trained in golf in our schools. Wow. So our intention has been to give all 360 degrees, type of opportunities to the students, so that whoever is interested in whatever activity, they can go and then do it. Break the barriers, break the fence, at least mentally, because poor people have been programmed to be victims, programmed to be subjugated, programmed to be on the margins, always, programmed to feel inferior. We wanted to change all that. There are certain games which are exclusive to rich people. There are certain languages which are exclusive to middle class and upper middle class in this country. To put it in one word, the sole aim of introducing all these co-curricular activities is to break the stereotypes which are recklessly imposed on these people.
Their stereotypes Dr. Kumar knows all too well. Born a Dalit, his grandparents were labourers and access to the village well was restricted. Dr. Kumar credits his parents' belief in the power of education with helping him realise his aspirations. He went on to join the Indian Police Service, attended Harvard University, and then began pursuing educational reforms back home.
I attribute whatever I am today, it's to my mother primarily. They educated me in the village, although there were no good schools. So then I stayed in social welfare hostels, the hostels which are managed by government for the poorest of the poor kids. I passed with reasonably good grades. Then I went to university, and then I faced worst form of discrimination in the universities. Like there were in those days I'm talking about. So the bathrooms and the toilets were exclusively meant for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. We used to fight discrimination on one hand, and then again try to excel in academics day in and day out. So that's how I came to education, because I deeply believe that education is the only important weapon that can really place the poorest of the poor people from a very victimhood orbit to a prosperous orbit. I think in future this is going to be a game changer for the marginalized in this country.
If you look at a thermal image of a city and then compare that to a map of vegetation, you'll find that where there's greenery, the temperature is lower. That's because things like asphalt, concrete, and shingled roofs absorb more heat from the sun than trees. This is the urban heat island effect, and it accounts for higher temperatures in cities, often by several degrees compared with their surroundings. It's becoming a huge risk to human health as growing urban populations exacerbate the heating effects of climate change. Heat waves kill more people than any other extreme weather event, more than tornadoes, hurricanes, and even floods. That's why urban heat island mitigation strategies are being studied in Singapore by a group of researchers. The government-backed project called Cooling Singapore is now in the process of combining everything they've learned to create a digital tool that can help cities all over the world, starting with Singapore. In Singapore, close to the equator, temperatures regularly rise above 32 degrees Celsius or 90 degrees Fahrenheit. And the city structures only make it worse.
And that is also the case for Singapore, which is basically a concrete jungle, more urbanized, more developed city. And even in Singapore, what you have is a situation whereby there's a temperature difference of 7 degrees Celsius between the more urbanized and the more rural areas.
The government has taken drastic steps to keep temperatures down. This is Gardens by the Bay, an award-winning park, and inside this greenhouse is a pleasant 24 degrees. That's because the dome, along with 24 nearby towers full of thousands of people, is chilled by what's probably the world's largest underground district cooling system. It uses a large central plant that cools water and then pipes it into banks, residential towers, an exhibition centre, shopping malls, and the city's iconic Marina Bay Sands hotel and casino complex.
So one of the biggest perks of using this system for the buildings is that they can save 40% in terms of electricity usage compared to your traditional air conditioners.
And with Singapore relying on natural gas for most of its power, this new system means emission savings equivalent to removing 10,000 cars from the city's roads. That has big implications for the rest of the world. If things stay as they are, more than a third of the world's electricity could end up being used to cool buildings and vehicles by 2050.
As the world gets hotter, gets warmer, there is a greater need for air conditioning and as well as refrigerators, for instance. And the more people are buying these household appliances, the more energy usage they use, and they release heat more, and that then exacerbates climate change.
It's a vicious circle. And so since 2017, researchers at Cooling Singapore have been identifying design solutions that reduce our need for so much cool air in the first place.
One thing many cities have in common, and that's the importance of vegetation. That's a very important measure to mitigate the urban heat because of the shading effect, of course, and the psychological effects of the vegetation, and also because of the possible evaporative cooling effect of the vegetation. Vegetation can be, of course, on the ground floor in form of trees and shrubs, and you can walk under them. This is the so-called canopy layer that the vegetation forms above us. But vegetation can also go up the facades of buildings, and it can go to the roof of the buildings.
Luckily, Singapore has been striving for the garden city feel for quite some time. It was a vision initially introduced by then Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew in 1967 to make life more pleasant for people. And today, Singapore is one of the world's greenest cities in terms of urban vegetation. Kampung Admiralty, a community centre that contains health facilities and social spaces, now provides more green space than the plot of land it was originally built on. It's topped by a roofscape of staggered terraces covered in local plants, which functions as a community park, and a village green in the centre that contains farm plots for residents to tend to. Park Royal on Pickering was designed as a hotel in a garden that doubled the green growing potential of its site. There's now 15,000 metres of sky gardens, reflecting pools, waterfalls, planter terraces and green walls. And the government has big plans as well.
Singapore actually has a plan to plant 1 million trees and add more green spaces over the next 10 years. It is actually a mix of wanting to reduce the urban heat island effect, but on the other hand is also to get the people to be more connected to nature.
But it's not enough. The city-state has still been warming twice as quickly as the world average over the past 6 decades. That's why Cooling Singapore has developed a catalogue of other potential heat mitigation measures.
When you try to mitigate the urban heat island effect in a city or in any building, in a village as well, the first place to start is by shading of the windows. You have to keep areas clear so that the wind can move through it. Water of a certain depth can act as a very good thermal buffer. If you have to construct heavy buildings such as high-rises, at least you can make the surface, the facade, less heavy, and you can protect it from direct sun penetration. You have to make sure that no combustion engines will be in the city in the middle, in the medium to long-term range. So ideally, the electricity production is outside of the city, and you bring just the clean electricity into the city. You can at least minimize the use of energy in the city, and you can start to slowly convert the roofs, the facades of the city into production areas for renewable energy. In Singapore, unfortunately, this is a limited option, but in the long run, it could produce up to 20-25% of the energy, of the electricity needed in Singapore if all the roofs and the areas in the buildings, on the facades would be used to do that.
With so many different ideas, Cooling Singapore is also designing a virtual model of the city to test them out. It's called a Digital Urban Climate Twin, or DUCT, that will calculate how each element of the city's design will impact the urban heat island effect.
That means we model not only the geometry of the buildings digitally, but also we model the transportation, the insulation, the temperature, the radiation coming from the sun, the weather, the local climate, the even very, very microclimate of the city, the water, the movement of people in the city. We can invent scenarios, we can design scenarios, test them before we actually build them, and if they test very well and we are sure that they will function, then we can start to build them and put them into reality.
Singapore will be using this new tool to figure out which actions it should take next. And the model can be applied to any city, whether it needs to keep heat out or keep heat in, which will ultimately save energy, slow climate change, and improve our quality of life.
So this is something that Singapore will be able to export, maybe even together with its city development systems that it already has. Singapore is one of the very few cities in the world that really combine this scientific approach with a very well-established urban redesign and urban design approach. Through its agencies and the combination of its agencies, it has achieved a lot in the past. If it keeps following the scientific path and the combination with the other knowledge in the city already, we think that it will be a very comfortable and very livable city in the future, even more than today.